Hello and welcome back to the final day here of the PMGO for the Western Europe Finals. We have got one more day of games to play. So far, the story has been Yara Crew's dominance, as well as the boards being able to keep up pace. Right now, they are two clear front runners for those qualification spots to the PMGO Finals later on. We'll see if anyone can try and challenge that story. I don't think it's likely. My name is John. With me is Blank. We're going to be bringing you that story over the next few hours, so make sure that you keep locked in.
It's funny you say front runners, right? But they've almost finished the race already. They are approaching that finish line, and everyone is still picking up water over on the back end on the roads there. So it's a bit of a difficult one right now to make super exciting. Right now we are sort of on the storyline of who's going to be grabbing third place. That's what it's come down to today. But overall, it has been an astonishing showing from both Yara Crew and Boars, and very much a treat to watch them play out these games. I do think that there is that somewhat outside chance that Boars is able to take first place. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one this time around. I think the skill gap is kind of stupidly high at the moment. But we'll watch it play out. We'll watch it play out regardless.
I think that's fair to say. The other race that is happening, of course, is the race for third place. And whilst there is no qualification spot there, it is still being fairly heavily fought over with lots of teams giving it a good go to try and jump up there. We saw some later entries at the end of yesterday as well to join in with that race. Plenty of teams looking to try and make their mark here in the Western Europe PMGO Finals, potentially looking to gather experience and be able to move forwards in towards the next season. This is what our teams have been through so far. This is our event format here. You can see our in-game qualifiers all the way back in March, if you could believe it. We've got all the way through now to the final day. That's right. It is May 10th today, and the grand finals are coming to a close with 6 more matches to play, which will decide our top 2 teams moving forwards. A whole chunk of change as well on the line.
So obviously this is our schedule as well. We've had 2 weeks of pleasure being able to watch these players go throughout those knockout stages and then go through to the finals here. But like John says, these guys have been playing for a total of 4 weeks, right? This has been a bit of a long one for the guys. I think they're getting towards the end of the road now. They'll have a short break before PMGO, at least for our top 2 teams. But there is a lot of money still on the line here. $23,000 prize pool total. 6K going to first place. And it is a bit of a drop off here. 2K down towards second. So it is still quite a lot to play for at the moment. And third place at $2,450, which, you know, we still have around about 6 or 7 teams who could be grabbing that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a real potential to try and jump up, increase your earnings fairly significantly on the season, and you know, wipe your tears for not qualifying away with a little bit of cash. Why not? Of course, some prizes for MVPs, chicken dinners, top fraggers, that sort of thing. You can see there all on the left-hand side of the breakdown. So nice stuff, even if you're not able to take that first or second place qualification spot. Our point system, it's very familiar to people who've been watching for quite a while now. 10 points for a chicken dinner, 1 elim is a point as well to your tally. We've seen some quite heavily elim focused results, mostly I think towards the back page with I think it's Team Demon, who are 40 elim points to 3 placement points, which whilst they're not the greatest scoreline, is still a pretty devastating ratio.
It is devilish, you might say, the amount of eliminations that they were able to get. I was quite impressed by that. I mean, I like that you picked up on it as well. I didn't quite notice beforehand, but they have gone down fairly early in every single match that they have played. Here's our participating teams. Most people will be looking over towards Yara Crew as well as Boars Gaming, though there have been some notable mentions here and there as well in Kodiak, Vincherry Mortem, Golden Guardians, Ritzy, Gods Reborn as well. All been playing a fantastic game. It's just not quite up to the level that Yara Crew and Boars are, which seems to be a very clear divide. Though it does bear repeating that for Yara Crew, it wasn't the most incredible performance in the knockouts, but here playing on a consistent lobby, you can see that, you know, being 77 points ahead of third place, that's a pretty wild margin, really.
Yeah, that's that'll do it. That'll most likely do it. Yara Crew yesterday were able to earn 74 points. They had a monumental day 1 with 102 points. So that was really what has jumped them up into the lead so far. But yeah, Gods Reborn would need to do better than Hatyara Crew did yesterday in order just to catch up with their current scoreline, right? As we take a look at the second page as well, a couple of teams here not really finding their feet, and hopefully we'll see them again next season, but they haven't really got the goods for this run around, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel like a team that we talked about quite a bit yesterday was Team TBSS. They probably might be in the running for sort of most improved over the course of certainly these finals. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I'd say so. I would absolutely say. I think TBSS has had multiple moments where I've kind of felt like, you know, that was sort of a mistake, and then they come into their next game or their next day, and I'm like, oh, okay, it feels like they have changed things up here, fixed some of their little mistakes here and there. And I do think it has been, funnily enough, one of the more exciting teams to watch for me, just because of how much effort it seems that these guys are putting in behind the scenes. Here are overall top players who are also putting in a huge amount of effort, mostly on the side of Hatyara Crew. You can see Loco here currently taking that overall #1 spot. Bagnesada a little bit far out from trying to take him off that pole position. 38 eliminations, 36 knockouts. It's a very ridiculous, like 3 eliminations per match on average. That doesn't seem like a lot, but inside of esports, 3 limbs per game, that is very hard to do. Some of our top teams over in like the internationals, to put it in context, like that, a ridiculous performance from them would be like 1.82 eliminations average. That would be a crazy rule. So to get 3, clear that by 1 whole elimination, it's out of this world.
Yeah, I think playing averages kind of minimizes those differences and make it seem a little bit more surmountable. But you're absolutely right to highlight it. It is brutal what Loco and Calais and the rest of Hatyara Crew have been able to do so far over the course of these finals. They have been playing phenomenally. A little bit of a slip up towards the end of yesterday, but this map rotation will go back to our double bill of Erangel in the middle of the day. We'll close out with Miramar. Maybe they can stop themselves from slipping any further.
Yeah, I always find a finish over Miramar a little bit odd, where it does, sometimes you can get absolutely ruined by the circle, which is a bit awkward, but I do prefer watching an Erangel finish on the day. It's a bit fairer, but again, if you're good at Miramar, which a lot of our teams here are, you can grab yourself a big win to maybe change things up at the end of the day. But like I said, even if we look at the final Miramar from yesterday, or one Miramar from yesterday, I should say, you did have this situation where TBSS, they pick up that compound over towards the right side of the ridge side on Picardo, and it's a free win. It is just a free win.
And there you go. I'll tell you what else is free. You can grab some UC in the giveaways. Thanks to BuffBuff, our officially partnered and secure top-up platform. You can get some free UC with the codes dropping across the chat. Of course, they're providing players with cheap and instant UC through their service. So throughout these broadcast days, we have been deciding as well to give away a couple of codes. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled on those stream chats. The first person to redeem those codes will be able to get the value from them. After that, it will not be available. Only the first player to be able to pick up those points will be able to get them fastest finger first. So you need to be quick on the trigger and make sure you're paying attention to the chat.
Because those codes will go fast. They will go fast. And it has been fantastic to have BuffBuff on board with us throughout the entirety of these 6 days that we've run out from knockouts through to the grand finals. So thank you very, very much to them for sponsoring the show. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. They have allowed for this event to unfold and allowed Hatyara Crew to do what they have done, right? Which is probably made some of our teams unhappy, even if you guys at home are reaping the rewards for it. But yeah, I think a more interesting sort of framing for today, for me, as we've sort of been alluding to, is looking at where other teams are going to be sitting towards the end of the day. What sort of qualities are they displaying? What are they going to be able to put on show here? In terms of, I mean, to be honest, maybe even looking to use it as an auditioning ground, right? To maybe get picked up by another roster, or to be able to gain some practice and some power in for the next season and stay as a roster. I'm always a fan of sticking with a roster unless there's like some real big problems. But yeah, it would be interesting to see what players are going to do with this opportunity, even if they aren't going to really likely have that chance to move forwards.
I will say that this is it's a very tough auditioning ground, this one though. I think that you're sort of following like Christina Aguilera act, right? Are you? That's the problem. Do you know what I mean?
What a crazy example to pull. Why Christina Aguilera? What's going on there?
Well, let's say we're in a talent show. I'm going to do my magic tricks. Christina Aguilera comes out. She sings. That's her talent. I have to follow that. So, well, I've lost. I know I've lost. But I'm still going to try. Unless my magic tricks are absolutely out of this world, which I can tell you right now, they are not. They are.
Hey, you never know. Maybe you just come out and you're Beyonce all of a sudden and just like absolutely you're putting a ring on it. You're putting everything in the box to the left.
There is a Beyonce. You've got Yara Crew and you've got Boss Gaming. The Beyonce and the Christina Aguilera of the talent show. So it's a little bit hard to sort of outclass these guys and really show off what you've got. But Mariah Carey, yeah, another good one potentially. But yeah, I do think that Kodiak's had a good time. Adele might even be a better one, right? Generational talent right there.
I'm just going to keep derailing your point. Sorry.
That's fine. But yeah, Kodiak also an incredible one. I think they actually have put on a good show, and I think this is a good point for them to continue onwards. I don't really think that they need to audition. I hope this team just sticks together. They have some minor issues, right? I think that they put way too much stock into firepower and being able to sweep the lobby, which when you're playing in the knockout stage looks fantastic because there's a lot of feeder teams. And I will be honest in saying that there was a lot of feeder teams in the knockout stage where they could carve out a huge portion of the map. And by doing that, you can just have the easiest of end games. Now, that hasn't been the case here in the finals, where they can't find as many teams that are just so easy to topple. Whereas on the other hand, you have Yara Crew, does seem to be finding that a little bit easier. Boars is playing, I think you put this well yesterday, John, more to an international standard, where it's not super risky plays. They're not relying on the lobby being worse than... Oh, come on. Come on. They're not relying on the lobby being any worse than but, yeah. Anyway, turn to Sosnovka once again. This has been... Never mind what I said about Miramar earlier, about it being a pretty difficult map. You'd much prefer an Erangel because it's even. We have had the most disgusting circles on Erangel throughout this entire Grand Finals. I feel bad for the teams.
That's pretty nasty. They're going back to it. Okay, God's Reborn and Swat Europa back to the hot drop. The plane path was western leaning. The thing that surprised me most, I'm kind of over this hot drop, to be honest, already. We talked about it. If you guys didn't watch the previous stage of the tournament, this was a mainstay situation for these two teams on this map. And nobody really did well out of it. It ended up with SWAT Europa at the beginning of this stage. We were praising them for not coming back to it. And to be fair, they may have caught Gods Reborn with their trousers around their ankles here and not able to pull them back up in time. Can't cinch the belt shut because they've already managed to take 2 points. And that is not a good start as well with the spray down. Finding the player on the inside. That's your teammate. There they go. Find another one. Last player now to stand. Gods Reborn. Yeah, they seem to not know what's hit them there.
Not at all. Again, to be fair, not dropped here for the last... Ooh, tried to knife him. That was ambitious. But yeah, they've not dropped here for the last 2 days. I think it's maybe not what you're expecting. You dropped a little bit looser. Here's Team Demon, our team that loves to get stuck in early, and they certainly are doing that.
Yeah, and 2 of their players are getting stuck out right now because they have been knocked. 2 of them going down very, very low. The push is coming through, but they have managed to trade off with a couple of knocks over towards Epsilon Axe. Not getting flushed as well, and these are very resable at the moment. Reprioritizes over to the player with the lower health bar. Not going to flush it out, and this info is being pinged over by Epsilon Axe. Going to stick for 1 res, and Sharps maybe able to find something. No, he doesn't have the nades. He doesn't have anything really. This is an early fight. Something I was going to bring up earlier, Blank, is that the Boars went to North George instead of staying onto the plane late and going Novo. And I bet they're regretting that decision now.
Yeah, I would say so. It's good to have a secondary drop spot, though, and they get out early. They get to loot early. Novo, actually, in this instance, is not the best of drops in the world, just because it's not in the circle. You have to push Pharaoh towards that western side. Not always the greatest of positions to play when you're forced forward like that, and you have to worry about bridge camps. So, it's not horrible. But it does not go far enough.
Doesn't quite go the distance there. Yurizada off in the distance up on up on high. That one's going to find the money. That'll happen if you step out into a nade. And Epsilon Axe will fall. Team Demon will have to play on as 3, though. And that is not ideal on a military island finish. You want to have your full force going at it. Team Rain made their way across the western bridge fairly quickly, Blank, and they look to be holding up the west bridge camp. I don't think, funnily enough, on these Sosnovka circles, bridge camping hasn't been sort of such a main thing. The situation that happened in one of our previous Sosnovkas was that everybody on the north side of the island side, they all just camped each other out instead of camping towards the bridge. So I don't think I can really count that. So maybe Team Rain can get some value from this position where it wasn't really able to be found before.
Yeah, maybe. I think for Team Rain to get towards here is a bit weird. I mean, I don't know if you saw earlier, but they were 2-2 across the bridge. TBSS got there before them, and still yet they lost a player, sadly. So for TBSS, that's an unfortunate result. Team Rain was a little bit quicker. I think they left one player behind just to loot up a little bit further, which is fair. There's not a massive amount of loot available to you down towards this south side. Again, for SWAT Europa, actually would have been fine to drop yellows. They could have swum, which would have been completely reasonable strategy. But I guess a little bit of revenge at the start of the day is a funny one. Especially for Gods Reborn, who are trying to hold on to a 3rd place spot. Like, I would be hella annoyed if I was Gods Reborn right now.
Yeah, that's a real stick in the craw. Holding that 3rd place spot, yeah, that's a bad time. I mean, the Boars and Hatyara crew are pretty chuffed about that, right? Because it just means that the Boars are technically still a lot more in danger than our other rosters. But like, even that is like stretching the truth. And yeah, it would be very difficult for them to go down. But like, you're just, again, removing those possibilities time and time again. And that is how you make yourself feel secure. Although they weren't the ones to do it, they're going to be happy that Gods Reborn have gone down.
Yeah. I do want to come back to your point from earlier where they're saying that they were a bit upset not being able to go down to Nova Up 9. I think that I would say that I would agree with you. I mean, it's good and well having a secondary drop spot you can get out early, but it is a frustrating one not being able to drop in Novo. But they did manage to avoid a hot drop, right? In Nova Up 9 with 17-15. That could have gone poorly. And for Boars, what we want to see from them today is no lost chances. There was multiple times yesterday when we were watching the Boars and they had these great times where they could have maybe pulled a little bit closer towards Hatyara crew, and we had this neck and neck performance towards the end of the day. But those few chances were kind of let go. You can't really blame them too much. This has been a monumental effort just to keep up. But yeah, there was a chance for them. It would have required them to be on point all day yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, they are, again, just doing really, really well. Like 149 points, getting a 70, near enough a 75-point average on each day is pretty impeccable. And again, it is all just massively asterisked by Hatyara Crew's performance. So you can't discount what the Boars have been able to do, even when there's been such a terrifying force within the lobby. Alpi, at the moment, they've lost one player. Havoc is dropping with them in Ferry Pier, and they want to keep this fight going, it seems. Havoc have managed to keep all of their players alive so far, and they have got 4 players very close by to this one. Teams starting to make their way in. Out to the east side, nearer the bridge on the mainland, is Hatyara Crew. Ooh, a nice bounce on the nade there from Musa, though. Off the side of the window, we'll be able to find a knock. And they are going to be looking to try and hold this one out. Diminished in forces, but plenty of firepower behind them. Jakey able to do a lot of damage and more through the smoke with a DBS. Charging down towards Havoc. They want to keep their player alive, keep Cappuccino in. They aren't going to pursue down the stairs. They're not going to get overzealous. Musa is spotted, and they are, again, losing more and more for Havoc. The flushes start to come through.
This is not a comfortable spot to be in at all. Smoke goes down. That is going to obscure quite a bit here, but that's not a terrible angle coming through from Jakey to try and deny that. But now it gets a little bit more difficult. This fight will draw to a little bit of a slow. We haven't really talked too much about the circle, but we kind of have to. It is down to the south side. It's so far down towards the south side that it goes out of the border of the map. Don't think I've seen that very often. Alp Sports currently getting completely dismantled by these nades. It's going to take an absolute huge effort now from Abito to keep this under wraps, and it's just not there.
It's not going to work out for them. In the meantime, Yara crew seemingly lost a player. Yeah, Loco has gone down. Did manage to get picked up. I think he tried to send a cross against Rain, and that did not work out for them. So Rain are going to hold this bridge camp. I mean, it's a very valuable bridge camp now, especially with this circle. I mean, you talked about how dramatic it is on the south side. There's about maybe 30% of this circle playable right now, which is crazy. We're looking at sort of stage 4 and 5 territory with the amount of playable terrain. And when you consider that so much of it is the runway area of Sosovka military base as well on that eastern side, you're getting down towards like the mid-20s in terms of percentage playable.
It's hard. It's going to be very, very hard. A lot of our teams are going to struggle to get into this one. I think this is the sort of game that ends early. Again, I'm also concerned that we're not going to see much swimming going on, which I think is absolutely a viable strategy at this point in time. Yes, you can grab some bows and stuff like that, but for some teams, it is going to require a bit of a swim in. Like you said, John, the very northern edge of this bridge camp still being available, you don't want to have to go for this one. And if you do go for the bridge push, it's going to be halfway through stage 3 before Team Rain starts giving up this location. It's very tough right now. So Hayara crew trying to get across. They do lose another to Dakimi. That's Lazzy. So there's 2 players who are making it through in Calais and at AZM. But both these players had incredible days yesterday just as duos alone. So hopefully they can replicate some of that here now.
Looks like they're trying to gather info as to whether there's anyone on this coastline. If they go too far south, they're going to run into everybody. We know how much this lobby likes to play on the south side. And you can see they're lining the edge there. We're not going to stop the water gameplay here. If they could get up more to the western side, it seems like they've scouted that out. They should be able to get up and actually play in a really strong spot. It's unfortunate they've lost 2 players because that Yara crew would be in one of the prime locations on this one. Ritzy, not so lucky. They're trying to move on through, but they hop out and instead take the gunfight. It's going to work out, but they do have to trade with 2-pack going down really out in the open here. Oh, Golden Guardians could just crest that ridgeline, maybe be able to take a lot more damage over towards their way.
Kodiak doing a huge amount of work over towards SWAT Europa. They still have 4 players up. This is in Pachinki. I don't know why SWAT Europa is still up there, but they are locked in place. Ritzy Scythe will go down for some more shots, and SWAT Europa is out. Complete wipeout there from Kodiak. Meantime, Ritzy is taking a huge amount of damage from their side, down to just 2 players now. 17-15 continues to pressure them. This circle likely will head back north side, right, over towards stage 4, away from that water. So the compound, well, the building that sits on top of the hillside and the couple of buildings that sit a little bit further down towards the west of that, those spots are really good to take. And there is no teams in them right now.
I think in terms of decision-making, this circle is actually probably kinder than if it had stayed more towards the mainland. Because so much of the military base would have been in play. It's a really nasty place to go. So even though the decisions might not pan out for you, they are fairly clear. The Boars making decision after decision, and it's seemingly going well for them. They are still out in the blue, but they're taking these fights. Matt going very, very low, doesn't really have the time to stop and heal, and he won't be allowed to do so. The Boars shut them down. 4 elims found. They are on the east side bridge blank, and nobody's going to hold them out. But do they have the medical supplies to be able to tick this one over? It looks like they do. They should be able to survive. Don't let the play zone fool you. It is still only stage 3. It's survivable, but they do have to get a move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very survivable right now. Like I said, stage 3, halfway through is likely when teams are going to be making their way across this bridge. But I think there's a big chance here that Boars could just sidle in over towards one of those buildings I was talking about earlier very easily. They'd have to do it with absolute reckless abandon, but I think that's possible. I think it is possible, if not for Kodiak already just sending directly through and Team Rain having almost nothing to say about it. How has that happened, actually?
They just allowed them through. I mean, it looks like they had a good thought of like, oh, let's set up around the bridge, and then didn't really set up very well around the bridge. So Team Rain,
it's also
despite having 4 players, have now let two teams go through basically unscathed at this point. And now they're just going to have to give it up. So really wasting time on the north side and not getting the reward that you would expect for it.
Okay, we'll actually head back down towards the south. That's surprising. Didn't expect that actually from the circle. You'd assume this would move way further towards that northern side, but it's not the case. So Kodiak, although they were able to immediately get a really strong position, TBSS actually are in the driver's seat for this game, despite only having 3 players. Boars trying to make their way through versus Team Demon, but it's not looking too hot right now. Only 1 player left alive, and it is Robs. Hot pursuit is Team Demon. I think Boars are just going to try and get Robs a little bit further in.
He might be able to get the res there if he can find some cover, find a little bit of respite. Ritzy might be on the hold to help them stop the players coming on through from Demon. AZM gets clocked in the meantime as we hop over to the coast side. That's another player going very low for Yara Crew. But Havoc do lose one as well. I don't think Snox is surviving that. Yeah, they'll just have to leave and play solo with Robs as he ascends the wing. Doesn't get pushed back by Ritzy.
That's a nice nade, getting underneath the airplane. Doesn't quite get enough damage done, but respect the attempt. Ritzy also going to be holding out further towards that western side. So many teams actually just holding out on the northeast edge right now, not really trying to play the circle. There is basically 2 buildings to play here with Golden Guardians and TBSS. 2 very strong spots. Likely will come down to both these squads in the end game. Team Rain up against Vincere Mortem, getting a lot done versus these guys.
Team Rain finally able to hold a team out, but Kodiak want a second bite of the apple and to turn around and try and take some of those points for themselves. They're able to get some knocks, get some flushes, and add some points to their tally. Now Vincere Mortem left on 1 player. Safix trying to hold it down. It's been a pretty brutal road from the north side here. He is the most into the circle of all of these teams on the north edge. Kodiak and Rain now trying to navigate around it. Safix spotted, sprayed down. Momodal able to put the final nail in the coffin for Vincere Mortem. Now they have to transition south. With Rain actually very near them and very much a threat on that eastern side. Beyond that, it's TBSS who marched in fairly early. They've got solid position fairly early here. Now they need to try and play it with 3 in their compound.
Kodiak, I sort of have both these teams dead to rights. Hard to rotate over towards the western side here. Like that from Golden Guardians, they're putting a lot of bullets in over towards that hovercraft. And you have to at this stage of the game. It's something that will absolutely come back to bite you later on if you don't destroy the hovercraft early. When you look at this circle in particular, massive amounts of open ground. If you can have a hovercraft into the late game, that is just a mobile fortress where it is so difficult to deal with that, especially if we do head out over towards areas of the map where there is no buildings. 17-15 could easily get themselves a decent game just off the back of that. Kodiak holding out Ritzy, who did a huge amount of damage over towards Team Rain.
Now it's just Crispy. The top frag for the roster on Ritzy, and now he's got his work cut out for them as 4 players from Kodiak descend on him. He's not going to be able to find an answer to it and will fall down. Ritzy eliminated on the northeast side. Our coastal solo in Calais for Yara Crew is still in the fold. Could potentially be a thorn in the side for Havoc and TBSS. As well as Boars still with their solo representative Robs, making it out of that military base, making it out of the airstrip and into this next circle as it shifts up northward.
It's a bit of a freebie. So this is sort of the back-to-back freebie here for TBSS. You get yourself the compound in Miramar yesterday and you grab this one now. But it is a good compound, especially on this circle. It makes sense to take it early, and they did. They got across the bridge. They were playing down towards the south side. Yes, they get here with 3 players, but investing 1 player to grab what is quite literally the best compound available to anyone and is a winning position, I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, I think that's fairly safe to say. I think with 4 players, it would be sort of 90%. With 3, I'd bust that down to maybe a 75, maybe an 80, somewhere in that sort of ballpark, but still very, very convincing. This south side's going to heat up as well as Demon going to try and hold with the duo. Linearizing this fight does somewhat assuage the numbers disadvantage that they'll see. For Golden Guardians, they also have to worry about 17-15 who are down the hill from them. So a 2v4 currently unfolding on this south side. Robs is going to have oversight on it, but I don't think he's going to want to get stuck in when he knows that there's so many players to get through. It's just not worth it at this point. Let them fight it out. Play for the placements.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do here. Calais is currently in the most amount of danger because he's going to have to wrap all the way around. And you start wrapping on that position, there's moments where you are completely visible to squads like Havoc. But I do think that Havoc's also in this situation want to keep their heads down as much as possible. So whether they actually take shots over towards Calais, we'll wait and see. Robs will pick himself up one elimination, at least, over towards 17-15. Catches out Hayward, and that's probably the best pickoff he could have found because Hayward was right at the back of the queue on that eastern side, which means that he was the one who's going to put the most amount of pressure on Robs as an outside force.
I mean, they were probably more preoccupied with the Golden Guardians, though, on that coastline. And now with 4 players on that south side, it's pretty tricky. They go forwards, and actually they do lose a player. They are going full send here. Golden Guardians want to try and slice straight through Demons, and they will be able to do so successfully, but they lose player 1 in the process. TPSS, they know all about it. You saw those gunfire lines lighting up that minimap. They're still pinging in the rounds over towards the players further back for Golden Guardians. 17-15 now can look to try and move in behind them. Whilst TPSS stop the Golden Guardians dead in their tracks moving forwards.
I mean, 17-15 struggling though. They're down the cliff face. Never a fun place to be. There is areas where you can climb up, but there's going to be a lot of slipping and sliding going on there. But Taper, as well as Xenos, are the ones to find that one. Don't know how Xenos got that shot off, actually. That's from underneath.
I think the 77 just peeked out too wide by a sliver and went down for it. Might not be confirmable, and actually 17-15 down the hill now are very much known. Xenos moving around the headland there, though. Looking to get a little bit further along the coastline, closer to this next circle, which is just about to show itself. There's water still in it, so it's still a swimmable final circle. Do you, if you're Calais, play into the water at this point? That might be the most viable option for him.
It is very visible, though, on the southwest side. But it is like, you get to that point where, are there many options left? Are there many options left? The boat is not a bad play, actually. I don't mind the boat. You set that up to create something that you can hide behind. But he's going to have to heal before making that gambit.
Yeah, drops down low. Knows he has more cover out in the blue zone. Knows he's got a little bit of healing. And knows that that's going to be no use in the water later on. So spending that resource now. I don't think he'd go out for the boat. It would just draw so much attention. The Golden Guardians would immediately destroy you. But Kodiak, I mean, okay, so now we're back on the mainland, right? Kodiak versus TBSS is kind of the main standoff in my book right now. Kodiak have been trying to poke, to prod, to probe in towards the compound, but haven't really found success. No sightlines being overexposed for TBSS, which is well disciplined. We'll see if they can hold off against a full crash if it comes to it. Oh, I thought that was a full slip down, but we just switched POVs to Xenos.
There was over towards Taper. It goes a little bit too long, though. A little bit too long. Gallagher finding the explode over towards Frizio, which is good, but this is kind of what I'm worried about is that TBSS, they have to deal with this push. And TBSS has struggled with things like that in the past, but right now they're doing a fantastic job of it. Really, really good job to hold out versus Kodiak. We're now down to 2, and TBSS have not lost a single member. Xenos does lose his life, and as that happens, 17-15 also will go down.
More and more players starting to fall by the wayside. On the low ground, we did also see a little bit of Calais' POV from that Yara crew. Didn't want to get involved in the fight with Golden Guardians. Going to allow them to assume that low ground is a little bit more covered off. Havoc have been waiting for Calais for so long, but playing as their duo, they also have a decent shout into this match to get a couple of points on board here. They've already managed to get 5. Potentially find more. Winnie, the last to stand, very much known in terms of position. I think that was Albana taking shots for TBSS. They can even start to think about getting up on these rooftops now, and that will be such a dominant oversight position for them.
Yeah, like I said, this is where it starts to get a little bit impossible to move in, which is why it was so good from a lot of these teams that were taking shots over to his hovercraft earlier on for 17-15. They couldn't make any use of it, but here is where it is extremely important to have. Very annoying for Boars, though, I would say, where I think Rob's, you would assume he thinks he's played a blinder here, are trying to catch up towards Hatyara crew. The fact they're still in the game is fairly annoying. I think for Boars, sort of want Calais to go down really soon. really soon. Ideally, they would go down in 6th place. That gives a lot of breathing room for Boars to kind of profit over the top here.
It's very likely, though, that Calais does get shunted out by this next circle shift, which will show us in about 3 seconds as to where it's going to go. So likely he has to move out. Yeah, it's going to go all the way south.
Oh,
so Calais has to move. Oh, that's true. Okay. He's very happy about that. He's been helped to play the blinder with the little assist there from the circle. Havoc definitely know that Calais is here. They have absolutely 100% certainty that there's a player down the cliffs there, but they just don't quite know where. So they're going to have to keep their wits about them. Fortunately, no one really else is a threat, so they can spend a little bit of time on covering off their back flank at the moment. Moving in, though, I think that might be a little bit too tall of an order. For Zinc, he's going to be fully spotted out by TBSS as soon as he starts moving.
It's a hard position to play in. I think Havoc know that there is likely a player down there. I don't think they know exactly where he is, though. Calais going to start the swim. Like we said before, see how far he can get out. Just wonder how many teams are watching this angle. Imagine Golden Guardians would take a little bit of a peek over towards this, where at least just check it. It doesn't seem like they're doing that either.
I mean, they're way more preoccupied about TBSS. And I mean, you kind of can't blame them. They have to make a move somewhere. And are you going to cover off the player sort of slowly solo trying to survive? Or are you going to try and make inroads into a potential rotation? They're not covering their flank. They are playing with 3 players, though. So potentially a little bit more sensible to think about the inland spots, and they're making their move. I think they're moving out towards Rob's. Maybe looking to try and take his little defilade here. Will he be able to hold on, or are the Boars going to go down before Calais does? They do, in fact, fall. Blank top 5 now for Calais. They've only got 1 Elim, but he's managed to sneak around underneath the noses of Havoc, and maybe the Golden Guardians are going to give him some more freedom on that coast side, with Kodiak losing another player. That's now top 4 for Hatyara crew.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Calais there, I think he's as surprised as I am, where he's drowning himself to get into this circle, but I don't think there was a single player looking over towards him. I think he was extremely safe. I think every team is not even paying attention to Calais right now. And if I am completely honest, I would not be too surprised to see a 3rd place come through from Hatyara crew.
I'm pulling for 2nd. I reckon. This shift is nasty, though. The Golden Guardians get help here, and TBSS are going to have to make a move. Get rid of the players from Havoc, and then turn your attention to the outside here. Have they been able to really do too much? They've only got 4 Elims so far this match, Blank. And so far, with a 4th place, that doesn't really read into the power of the compound that they've been given. They're gearing up the vehicles. They're looking to start to use that cover on the outside. It's all going to be on utility usage here. All on the smoke cover, all on what sort of hard cover they can start to make their way towards. Calais going to have to try and scramble his way up the cliff there. The players from Havoc as well, going to have to move too.
I mean, Golden Guardians, you have to say they got thrown a bone here. I think for TBSS, it's very fair to be on 4 eliminations at this stage of the game. You're not taking too many aggressive peeks out because there are a lot of sightlines around you. And it's 3 players. You can't really afford to lose a knock and a flush because then someone's going to immediately crash onto you. So I don't think they've done a bad thing here by holding this out. You just would... This circle has been all over the place. The fact that it doesn't keep TBS's compound in is wild. And Calais will find himself shot over towards Havoc. Luckily for them, 77 does have his head on a swivel.
There you go. 5 points on the match. They place 4th, and Hatyara crew will be down. Now it's TBSS trying to roll out. The Golden Guardians all too ready for it. 1 knock, 1 flush. Havoc trying to sneak it in and stay alive for a little bit longer. Hopefully TBSS, their candle might burn out before them. And Tornado now, look at a heal. Does manage to get it off. We'll be able to play a little bit more aggressively. No, he's taken down very low, and Hoxie finds the final shot to find the knock. Zinc now for Havoc, trying to crawl his way forwards. With Albana the last solo. Hoxie goes down. Now in a 2v1v1, it's not all done and dusted for Golden Guardians.
He needs to get his res off. The nade might be coming a little bit too close. But 77 will find that. So TBSS go down with a 3rd place, and Zinc actually slowly crawling his way through into this circle. Gets himself a 2nd place off the back of this one. Potentially a 1st, but dealing with this hard cover that QWERTY has is very difficult.
I don't think they've spotted him. I mean, 77 was taking a look at the rock that Zinc was hiding behind. Now with that smoke cover, he's just not spotting him. Zinc is looking to get to cover. He's isolating a fight. The res might be coming through here, though. Hoxie is in a reservoir position. 77, broadside, spotted, knocked. Looks for the flush. You definitely commit for this flush as well. And now QWERTY's going to be worried. Can start to put nades over towards this tree, though, as he's going to be forced out by the blue zone. Has to go for the peak, but the res is just going to get stuck. Zinc, yeah, he's going to deny the point here. Havoc are going to go down. Golden Guardians fall, but a point given over to Havoc in the final moments there. A chaotic Sosnovka, the third that we've seen so far of our Erangels in these finals. It has been pretty brutal on the grassy pastures for so many of our teams, but the Golden Guardians are able to close it down with a 10 elim chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's been rough. The amount of circles that head down towards Sosnovka there, that's also just a really disgusting set of circles that occurs as that game unfolds. You almost never see it head down that way, right? Because whenever we see those circles, we always talk about, okay, well, for Golden Guardians, they would need a southeast hard shift into another southeast hard shift to keep a tiny little ridge line still in that they can play off the back of. And then what happens is we go, oh, now they're going to have to run across open ground. That actually doesn't happen. And they get sort of the miracle run there in terms of circles, and TBSS forced out of that compound, which is pretty much a free win. So I think I feel most bad for TBSS because I don't think they played that game badly. I think they confirmed onto a good spot, and the circle sort of steals their win.
Yeah, and they don't really get too many points for it. They didn't get the most at all. I think it was 4 elims that they were able to close the game down on. So very much not an ideal result for the position that they held. But they still do get a little chunk in there. Golden Guardians, happy. 20 points is going to see them a lot better in that race for third place. I think they might be able to jump up on over. That should have broken them 100 points as well, so they will be either our third or fourth team, depending on who else was able to get a couple of points during that match to break the century here in the Western Europe Finals. Our MVP is Hoxie, coming from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Hoxie with 4 elims, 581 damage done. Honestly, for Golden Guardians, I think this is a good team because, funnily enough, they actually did a lot right here. I think for Golden Guardians, I think that the way they played it out was really, really well done. 581 damage, but they were the team taking shots at absolutely everything that moved, right? They were trying to put as much damage into teams as possible to ensure that they were going to have a strong end game. They were the team shooting the hovercraft. So I actually, although I do think it's a little bit of a stolen win away from DBSS, I think Golden Guardians set themselves up correctly in every way for that miracle shift that comes their way to win the game.
Yeah, they played it fairly well in towards those final circles, and obviously coming out the victor there. I mean, that south side looked like it was just going to get so messy, but 17-15 went down with a little assist from Robs as well out in the open. The players ahead of them just couldn't quite stand up to push them back to find them rebuffed. It just wasn't going to happen, and that's really great stuff for Golden Guardians to be able to navigate that and lose minimal players in that situation. 20 points is earned for it. Havoc on 12 and Kodiak with 11, which is a little bit of a return for form, and they may also have just about, no, I think they're just shy of breaking that century as well, so they are still going to have a little way to go, but that third place podium battle still rages on.
That it does. I mean, everyone's trying to gun for this spot. I do think we got to talk about one team in particular, and that is Gods Reborn, who I think have been kicked off that third place position after this match, getting 0 points there after a nasty little hot drop over towards them from SWAT Europa. And we do get a little bit of a switch up on the overall top players here, with Frizio making his way back in. Crispy drops down towards 5th place, but other than that, not really much change from there. But it is always nice to see something different here other than Yara Crew.
Is it going to be Factor Zadra, or is it going to be one of the 2 Yara Crew players? That's sort of the game we're playing right now every time this slide comes up. But yeah, you're right. It's good to see some new faces re-entering the board, actually, because obviously Frizzo from the previous stages doing a lot of work for the roster 20 as well for the team. But they are only going to sit themselves in 6th. That's not to say that they don't have a lot of vertical mobility, though, because Golden Guardians do take that 3rd place mantle with 105. That is 8 points above Kodiak. So very much a slim difference there. What is really satisfying about this page is that the chicken dinners from the top go 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm quite happy about that.
Actually, that is very satisfying. But this is the 2 other teams now breaking the century, which is cool to see, especially on that 3rd day, getting 105, 101 there. And that's God's Respawn dropping in towards 5th place. But it is a very tight margin here for 3rd place with 105, 101, 99, 97. And TBSS make their way onto the 1st page. Oh, my goodness me. Well done to them. Venturi Mortem dropped down towards 9th place. It has been a tough finals for them after what was a very promising knockout stage.
Yeah, it's not what we expected. I mean, I think you were very right to have put them in your top 3 predictions, and I was very close to doing the same. They definitely are a team that was 100% in the conversation for one of these 2 qualification spots. But yeah, it's felt raggedy over the last few days. It's felt really disparate from these players. They just really haven't been able to find that cohesion that they did in those previous stages.
Indeed. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some highlights as we head to a quick break before we get into our next match.
And there you have it. Our first match of the day, of the final day of these Western Europe finals, has concluded. Again, a really down and dirty Sosnovka circle. We just keep heading south on these Erangels. We are going to be changing it up a little bit. We're going over to Miramar to not have the possibility. I mean, it might still find a way to go to Sosnovka on Miramar.
Platona? Maybe, yeah.
Potentially,
actually.
you know, just head over to Sosnovka. Why not? On this one. That would be quite something. I don't know how far apart they are. Is there lore for how far apart they are in the world? I don't know. I don't think so. I'd have to do some real deep diving as to what it is. I reckon you could probably do it based on angles of the sun and things like that.
Not the sun again. Can we not bring up the sun again? What is it with you and
the sun? We bring the sun up every day. It gives this planet life. What you shunting the side away? You want to put a shade over the sun? God, goodness me.
Dear me. I feel like they're parallel spaces. That's my going theory, right?
Okay.
And you fly on in. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. You don't really know what's out there at the time. I'm sure people have been passed through it, but we'll never know. Don't ask them if they have been. It's an unknown space. But we are going to be heading into towards our next match fairly shortly.
It's where all the players live, I think. It must be. That's where they come from.
In the Bermuda Triangle.
In the unknown space between spaces.
Yes. Exactly.
How else do they get to the spawn islands, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Well, and exactly all you can see from around the spawn island is water. As far as the eye can muster. Other than Erangel that sits off in the distance.
That is true. Oh, Miramar match 14. We are going to be going on the south side of this one from Ladriera over towards Impala. So a little tricky to get up to the northeast side towards Torre Ahumada. Cruz de Valle as well is a little bit inaccessible. And they will find it difficult, I imagine, to get all the way up there. Potentially still time to get up towards El Azahar on that eastern coast rotate, but maybe. We have seen a couple of teams heading up that way previously, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see some backup drops come through now.
Yeah, I think for especially down towards the south side of the map, I think the players have been very unlucky in terms of circles as well as playing pass throughout the entirety of this tournament. There have been some really, really difficult things to work out and figure out. It's almost amusing though, because I do think that if you're playing at this level and you're looking for experience, this is probably the best tournament to do it in. I do think that when you look at that last Sosnovka, it's funny how much a lot of our teams improved on their last attempts, right? Because they've had to play it so often. They've got to figure out, okay, what's the plan here? I do think that was a big problem yesterday, is that for a lot of teams, I don't really think they had a set in motion plan of what they were going to do. If they had a Sosnovka circle, they were like, well, if we get one, we'll just work around it. It's like, no, both your Erangels after the first one are just going to be Sosnovka, and you're going to have to deal with that. Today, I felt like everyone had a good, clear picture of where they wanted to go, which compounds they wanted to take, how they wanted to play through the coastal sides. It was way cleaner. It was way, way cleaner. In the meantime, though, we are going to head over towards that western side of the map. Monte Nuevo being the big focal point, which is always great to see. You are having a lot of unplayable ground, though.
I'm currently looking at Yaracru on the eastern Impala. Yeah, we're just going to zoom on over to it with the observers. A backup drop potentially coming through for, I believe, it's Team Demon. They generally head further up north towards Al Azahar, but now they may be a little bit locked in with that Yara crew after dropping on the northern side, close to the mountains of Impala. Yara crew seem to want to disengage, though. It looks like they're really reluctant to get the step 2 going. And maybe they're just going to head out and leave that one to Demon and say, you know what, we're going to have to head west anyway. There's no point fighting here.
I don't think you want to fight Team Demon anyway, to be honest with you. I think Team Demon is not the team you really want to get stuck into an engagement early with, because these guys fight to the bitter end. And a lot of times, it usually is the bitter end for them at the start of the match. And even if they do go down, likely they'll take 1 or 2 of your players down with you. Just because of the way they play, which is very reckless a lot of times. So I think for that Yara crew, they're just like, well, the circle's all the way on the western side. Maybe we just go find some vehicles. Bit of a run for them, though.
It's interesting at the moment to think about Yara crew's last, I want to say 4 matches that they've been in, including the first one today. It feels like they haven't been able to find what they were before. And I question whether or not they're resting on their laurels because of that. Or is it that other teams have read into them, right? Is it the fact that other teams have had time to study their moves, to get used to how they're playing within these circles and sort of download that information? Or is it that they've let their foot off the gas because they haven't had the same amount of pressure, despite being so far ahead of the rest of the lobby, which they were able to achieve through the first day and the start of the second day? Their appearances have been lackluster since then.
Yeah, a little bit. First, in the meantime, we're just looking at QWERTY. Actually, it's just throwing a little bit of salt in the wound, right? You know, you lose that last match to Golden Guardians off some pretty abysmal circle shifts to then lose another player to Golden Guardians once again right at the start of the next game. It's like the fight never ended.
Yeah, it's just really driving that message home. It's like, we won that last game, you know. Do you remember that last game on Sosnovka where you had a great compound and we won it? Yeah, we're gonna keep doing that. Best get out of here. And seems like, yeah, the bullying is gonna succeed. Taking TBSS down to 3 players. Moving in from that south side right now. They do have the potential to be just getting out of there, disengage fully, and send on that south coast road, trying to get ahead of Team Rain, who are still in Puerto Paraíso.
They're taking the time on this one. Yeah, a lot of time, actually, before getting in towards the circle. And usually this is what will occur, as teams do get caught out on that eastern side. I mean, rotating through Picado, it's a bit of a wasteland, right? Not always the easiest thing to do, but there's plenty of really good spots to take on this western side of the map. A lot of nice high ground that sits around El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, some compounds there too. So what you're imagining is happening right now is that it's slowing down a lot, mostly just because teams are looking to pick up as much as possible in terms of loot lines before they get a move on. This is not the case for Kodiak and Ritzy, though.
They're happy to get stuck in, right into the thick of it. Ritzy at the moment, seemingly in the driver's seat of this fight, because it's now just Frizzo left standing against 3 players from Ritzy. But in the town like this, it is easy to find those single solo peaks. But you do need to be on point, and he finds the second. I thought it was just going to slip away from him there, but he's got a couple more rounds left in the chamber. 20 ammo in the clip. Has to look for the reload darts back and away. Kodiak putting in a shift to try and keep this one going, and he's actually done a lot of damage to the opposing team here. Safe. Not committing for the heal just yet. Only just starting to go through. And Aim God as well. Also just starting to go for the heal. This nade could be good. If it finds it in time, does the heal come through? No, it doesn't. And that's another knock. It's a 1v1 now. He's going to get his teammates back up.
And he knows that the second player from Ritzy is going to be going for the red set. That was such a silly bounce, by the way. I don't know if you quite got that there, John. But it bounced up and to the side. It's like, what are we looking at there? For Kodiak, they need to be quick. If you want to get their other player back up on his feet, got to be fast. He's maintaining the line on this wall right now, which is great news. But Kodiak's in a much better position to get their third player back up here. 20 just needs to buy time.
Pushing close, Frizzo going to have to stop the res and hold the corner, but he's more than up to the task. Claps it, and 20 descends from up on high over the back of the RV. Going to need more than a spare tire to patch that one over. Kodiak able to turn the tables around. Really well played by Frizzo.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice approach to the fight there coming through from them. I think in that situation, it's one of those awkward moments where if you are Ritzy, you have to go for the 1v1. They're in a way better spot. Okay. Go for the third. I beg.
That's, that was a crazy spray. Just the immediate 1-2.
Yeah.
From the M249 onto TBSS. I mean, there's a reason Calais is so high on those tables.
I mean, what's coming through from Loco? But
oh, was it?
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we switched POVs. I was making
switch
things
POVs.
up. Okay.
No, it's all good.
It confused me. It confused me. But to be honest,
okay.
what TBSS are going to be pretty confused about that one as well. All of a sudden, they're down to 1 player.
I mean, it was a slow roll up, right, from TBSS, but yeah, I think he got 3 headshots on 1 body shot there. Yeah, they were going to go down fast. I think it was barely like 7 bullets shot out of the M249 before they went down, which is quite surprising. I think Loco was also just as surprised because he stopped before trying to realign targets on the third player because he wasn't expecting to get both so quickly. Surprised by his own power. But we are heading down towards the south side, towards Chumacera, La Driera. Boars Gaming, nice and central on this one, which is a great start for their game.
Yeah, it's going to need to have them send up maybe towards the high ground a little bit more, though. You can't really just stick to that one area. Although, to be fair, actually, maybe they are just going to play on that north side of one of the La Driera ridge lines, because we talk a lot about this area in these linear ridge lines that sit to the west of the road around La Driera, as well as the ridge line between La Driera and Chumacera. Those are the 2 big features on the west side of this next circle. It looks like, yeah, okay, Boars are going to take command over the point of one of them. So yeah, I'm going to go back on what I said. They're in a, as you highlighted, a very, very solid spot to control teams moving in from the north, of which there are quite a few right now. Alpi trying to get chummy, but they don't want that, not one bit.
Not at all. For Alpi, they're going to send over towards the east side, which is not a bad place to play. But you're getting stuck over towards this location of the map. That's never the most amount of fun. Don't want to get set up too early over towards La Diera either, because there's no certainty this is going to head over towards the western side once again here, John. And you got to play somewhere.
Certainly do. There's not much choice. I mean, it should be fixable, but might take a little bit of time. It was from the roll-up onto the player they just sent in, so could potentially have lost the buggy to it, but in the meantime, we're hopping back over. Ooh, this is nasty news for Hat Yara crew. They're down all of a sudden. Just Calais now standing. Okay, that kind of came out of nowhere. Still a resible stage, though, and could potentially be pick-upable for Hat Yara crew, but they do need to get a shift on. I'm not too sure what Calais' thinking here. Yeah, they're just going to give up the ghost there on the south side. All right, down they go.
Yeah, just giving it up. Giving it up. Hat Yara crew.
Okay, he was right here. That makes sense. Far voice were right there.
I like that we have Nouveau in, which translates to new, which is he's like he is the new player on the team today as well. It's funny to me, at least.
I'm glad you're having a good time.
French humor, guys. Come
That's yeah. Is that real? Does French humor exist?
Yeah, I would say so. One time my French uncle decided to feed me a whole onion. And I just thought that was normal. And then he laughed at me and then said he was going to chop it up and put it in a sandwich.
Oh dear. That's
a hilarious little joke from my French uncle.
I mean, that is pretty funny. It's more funny that you ate it.
Well,
it's more funny that you ate it. Yeah, okay.
I was young. We were up a mountain.
Look, 22
right?
doesn't count as young
hiking.
in this situation, okay?
You're not 22.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sure. Kodiak on the east side.
Like 18 or something.
Facing off against Team Demon. It's not going well, really, for either of these two teams on the east side. They need to get chewing their onions here because it is unpleasant for both of them. Getting caught out. 2 players down for Kodiak. It looks like 2 down as well for Team Demon. And they're just going to try and pepper pot their way forwards, but the nades are keeping coming. And the spray down potentially onto Carlos. He's got his car right now, but it may indeed be a loss of that car. He has to hop out, has to go for the res. I don't think he's going to be allowed to do it, though. The pressure is on. The nades are still being pinpulled. Over on the left, Frizzo's going to move under the cover of his teammate. In through the window. Nearly blasts him back out, but Carlos stays alive for just a moment longer. The bullets are starting to tickle, though, and he's going to have to put up a hell of a defense. Not going to happen. And down Demon go.
I think Frizzo's got a little bit of a new lease on life here. A bit crazy on these games. But there's a whole lot of action happening over towards the central side of things with Havoc, Alpi trying to make their way in. On the eastern side, you got 17-15 also here. Oh, it's all popping off. I mean, we're down to 13 teams, 40 players. Not what I expected from this location of the map either. And I think I know the reason why is because there's some very strong areas over towards this side of the map that you want to try and confirm over towards early. I think everyone's had a very similar idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? It's playing for the best, quote-unquote, best play that can often lead to situations like this. Everyone trying to confirm to the number one option, whereas teams who are now sat in the third or the fourth best option in terms of location are just going to get so many more placement points than you, right? It's
yeah.
It's a little bit of potential folly to not be able to read, okay, look, we're just not going to get the best spot here. We need to maximize our points earnings rather than try and get into the spot that's going to get us a chicken dinner. And I think that's really where IGLs at the top international level really distinguish themselves, and teams in general, coaches and analysts as well, when they're able to give that sort of advice and to see that enacted as well. Because that's often more important than the advice itself, is the ability for a team to make it work.
Yeah, well, there is quite a simple solution to all of this, which is you've got to think of when you're entering the circle, right?
Yeah.
If you are slightly late to the circle, at that point in time, you got to put your hands up and be like, well, I'm not getting center. That's as simple as that. Though maybe it isn't as simple as that in this lobby, because there's been a lot of times where central locations have just been completely open. I do think you have to play similarly to how Boars have worked their games. I would say even to an extent how Alpi plays. They both play under the assumption that yes, most things might not be open, but we're going to be cautious on their approach. We'll scout it. If there's players there, then we'll just back out. And I think that's led to Alpi getting a lot of late game finishes. Not always like the strongest of finishes, but Alpi's always in the conversation.
I really don't like that edge guard that we were on board with SWAT Europa on the north side. Sure, you're probably... Okay, they do manage to get these points gone, but if Crazy goes down here, it's not unreasonable to think that you just lose a player. So the fact that he wasn't spotted was great. Iron Boy going out for the loot, I think, might be a little bit kind of too much. And Crazy's following him. Okay, this is a bit greedy for my money. I feel like... Car, dude. Okay, there's other options. I think that might be a little bit greedy to send back into the blue with 2 of your players. SWAT going to be very late to the north side of the circle. Calais playing in from the south, needing those bandages to come through to keep him alive as he heads closer and closer to the circle on the southeast side. But Kodiak have 2 players there as well, and they're going to hear this vehicle marauding around.
No, I don't know where he's going to make his way in from. I think this is a hard push. We'll have to get the first aid kit off early and then just accept he's going to be a little bit damaged making his way in. He's not doing a terrible job of it, though. Gets out of the blue, and I think it's because Kodiak started moving down towards the south side. So it's not sure if I'd call it well-timed, as it's a fortunate moment there for Calais as he pushes in.
Yeah, it is fortunate, however, that Kodiak are only on 2. Otherwise, this southwest side would be just unplayable for him. Golden Guardian's up to the north side, and he's managed to get through unscathed for now, as Kodiak have yet to crest that ridgeline and start to push down. Far Voice Gaming also probably pushed back off the ridgeline, playing in these valleys between these high ground ridges that I was talking about earlier. Often can keep you safe for quite a while because the teams on top of them are going to have to deal with each other. They can't peek far enough to get an angle over towards you. Kodiak, okay, they get spotted by... Okay, two teams start to move in. It's Far Voice and Alpi, who sort of crunch them between each other. As the Boars take on the fight with SWAT Europa.
Oh, that's a bit decent right there. That's frustrating for Snoix, I already know. He was kind of in the prime location to assist taking shots. It's a good thing they do get a knock there, but this would be a lot more difficult. That is sort of running out into the open. I don't know how they don't... How does Temenos miss those shots? We could let him sort of wander a little bit too far. Boars are going to lose this, actually. They're absolutely going to lose this. What were they doing?
They've been holding here for the whole time. SWAT Europa coming in from the north. There were shots that popped off earlier, as we saw. Yeah, I feel like the Boars should have known that there was a team moving in from this north side, and maybe they did and just fumbled the fight, right? That is potentially what's going on. For Golden Guardians, on 105 points, though, they'd love to see the Boars go down right now with 0 points on the match, because there's a little bit of an opening for them there. They've got 4 elims already, and the Golden Guardians 2-2 split on the compound on the east side, a lot more secure than most of the other teams in the lobby.
I don't know. It's such a weird one where SWAT Europa has no idea, or they don't have any concrete idea that Boars are playing down here, right? But they just wrap in instantly and clean up 3 of their players. I feel like Boars are playing a little bit loose there. And if you wanted to grab first place, this is not how to do it.
Calais again on a solo survivor mission for Hatyara crew. So they still need to outlast that, and even then, 3 elims for Hatyara crew. It's going to put them over the top, so still a wider gap to try and breach. However, it goes back to what I was saying before, right? Hatyara crew, again, a fairly big misstep on their match. It may be that other teams have used their gameplay as a learning model, right? And so they're finding a lot of their rotation paths overcrowded in these scenarios. That could potentially be what's happening to them, and they're just not able to find those locations as they once were.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of teams will have watched back a lot of these games, figured out where the rotations are coming from, and the teams you're going to be watching out for are Hatyara crew as well as Boars. Like, these teams you will be pretty well downloaded on overall. So these 2 teams does get their games get harder and harder as the days go on. Nice name from Calais.
I don't...
What's up to 4 now?
I don't imagine that Alpi have full intel that this is a solo as well, because they came into this east side fairly late. They may not have realized that it was one solo player who is now in this location. The long range for Far Voice Gaming, though, is going to become a problem for Calais. Before, they couldn't really peek over with Alpi playing the high ground, but now that everyone from Alpi's descended, Calais is under threat. He has got the angles to worry about from, actually, TBSS as well as Far Voice Gaming. I know they're very similar colors on the map blank, but there is a tornado on the north side. Maybe not for much longer if he tries to crash into Epsilon Axe, which seems to be one of the very few options. Jakey not taking this one lying down from the ditch either. Will take shots uphill towards Tug Duel. Not quite getting the knock, though.
It was the first time I've seen Far Voice Gaming get far into a match before. This is nice to see. Epsilon Axe also over towards that north side. This is a lot of high ground involved, right? You got this big old mountain range that sits on this south side of La Deriera. And then a horrible little field down towards that eastern side, and similar things over towards the west. A lot of teams can be lined up down the center of this circle, which is going to influence this game in the sense that there's going to be a huge amount of fights going on, just because teams will have to play so close to one another, elbow to elbow, basically.
Interesting that Far Voice... Why is Matt not shooting Calais right now? What's going on there? He should completely be able to see him. Maybe he just can't quite see over the smoke. It might have been a little bit of a tricky angle, but does spot him out there immediately. Yeah, okay. He was just waiting for it. He must not have had vision through that smoke. Seiko as well taking shots over towards Calais. The blue zone will push Calais out of this position, so he needs to get to something, but there really is nothing for him to move towards. Jakey as well, similarly pinched, and will really struggle to move. Yara crew are down. They will fall. Going out, I believe that's in 11th place, as Alpi now a solo survivor. You're going to have to move up to the hills. I'm interested to see what the Golden Guardians could do here. They've moved across the road now in a 2-2 split. The last player from Boars up on the north side, and Vincere Mortem and SWAT are going to start to clash as well on that north side, potentially taking care of one another, and not in the nice and cuddly way. I mean in the much more brutal fashion. Both teams taking shots at one another.
You Far Voice Gaming, you take this compound on the north side right now. It's time to go for it. It's a strong spot in the circle. You should know it's free. Bugdale is currently clearing it now, but this is the rest of the team needs to start moving up. You just hold on all 4 points of this one, and it should be a really safe spot to play. Like I said, this is a very dangerous circle in the sense of how players have to move up this hillside. So if you can grab yourself a compound like that early on, goodness me, grab that and hold on to it for dear life.
Vincere Mortem really struggling. SWAT Europa coming alive a little bit in this match blank. They've taken on the Boars. They're taking on Vincere Mortem as well now. They're up to 7 elims with 10 teams remaining. And they've got a little bit of confidence, a little pep in their step for now. Havoc atop the hill. Going to be potentially too tall of an order as they send higher and higher up this cliffside. Yeah, this is some crazy oversight on towards it. A 1-for-1 trade, not even getting the flush. The Boars are out. I mean, that is great news for the Golden Guardians. If they can get their player back up, looks like he's very close to bleeding out. They may just be able to stick the res. I think they are. And getting back up to 4 players alive would be really, really good news. And moving over these hillsides. Epsilon Axe trying to defend their patch on the east side. Far Voice Gaming putting a lot of pressure over to the west side and over to this fight with Team Rain and Vincere Mortem getting stuck into it on the western edge. And Far Voice starting to lose knocks, starting to lose players. A run down from Dakimi over towards Rain as he sends over the top, trading back and forth now. Vincere Mortem trying to bring the numbers equal. Far Voice Gaming, they have lost Nouveau in the meantime. And potentially looking to just stick that res and stay as 4, often more impactful. But Golden Guardians might try and backfill on this.
Yeah, it's a lot to hold, right, for Far Voice Gaming. It's the only difficulty here for them. They just got to get some shots in here and there to have Alpi been taken down. Jerry Morton will find Zinc, actually, on a little bit of a long shot, which will assist SWAT Europa in their push up.
Golden Guardians as well, looking to try and patch themselves back together. They found 2 knocks sent their way from solo players who've been left in the lobby. One from the Boars, from Terminus, and one from Jakey on Alpi. But they have managed to handle business both times. They're up to 6 elims now. They haven't got this res off just yet. The nades from Far Voice do tag on. 77. I think that was the flush, so they are now guaranteed to play on as 3. Moving through over this ridgeline, though, they have got to worry about Epsilon Axe at this stage. Will be pretty tricky to deal with it. Musa is spotted, and I mean, SWAT Europa, they're moving from strength to strength in these fights, and they found another isolated one, and a big opener onto Musa. The point man who needed to hold that line, could not go down, and he falls to it.
Yeah. Great. SWAT Europa being able to get up here is great news for them, but they lose crazy in the process. 8 elims so far, which is a very, very good result for SWAT Europa, becoming a little bit more alive in this game, like you're saying. They're in 13th place. They've not had the best of runs of it. But maybe hot dropping Gods Reborn is a big confidence booster for them, right? It's like that thing that we struggled with so much with in the past, we got it done in less than 2 minutes. So now we can dominate the rest of the lobby, right, guys?
I'd be interested to see if they go back to it, or if it was just an artifact of the plane path in Erangel. But that's going to be next match, because we've got to focus back in on this one. Golden Guardians actually with a fairly solid chance here. The compound they've been able to get into. Far Voice allowed them through. Havoc still looking to defend, but SWAT are moving tactically here. Faker looking to try and spray down the corridor, but it's just not working out. Zinc able to find the fadeaway, and now they found their feet. But is it too little too late? A nade comes in, and this is Epsilon Axe coming through to try and join the party. With their 3 players, they're now turning their attention over towards SWAT Europa, who are starting to flag. A lot of damage sent their way. Sharps now storms the building, but a crossfire set up for SWAT Europa, finds the first. Now 2 players left standing on both sides. The nade in through the window does not connect. And Skylo wants to try and find some retribution, but if they got to charge in like they did before, it's just not going to work out. The damage isn't there. Skylo with a P90 has his teammate now slinking in through the back door too. And they're playing 2 on the inside. Carnage wants to put an aid in through the windows, but they're just not connecting.
Yeah, probably the best weapon to have here in close range. P90 outside of a shotgun. Not if you don't have it in your hands, though. And the Molotov will cut him off from going back down those stairs. Carnage a little bit out of the way here. Carlo's going to be healing back up again, but they have a rough idea of where he's playing now, which is great news for SWAT Europa. Don't know how Far Voice Gaming gave up that compound. Tugdual was holding it for a while and then got basically requested to come back over towards that southwest side, but that is such a winning compound at this stage of the game. It is frustrating that they let it go. I understand that they were doing a lot of sweeping. I didn't mind that too much, but you at least need to have 2 players on outpost.
Moving in to try and take care of Shoom. In the meantime, this north side compound is going to get pushed away. Oscuro darts out for a first knock. They're up to 11 elims, looking to bring that up to 12. Vincere and Mortem do fall, so that is Far Voice Gaming completing their sweep. We'll see if they try and readdress that compound that they gave over to Golden Guardians. Now it's just Skylo for Epsilon Axe. They tried to spoil the party. They managed to do a lot of damage to SWAT Europa, where a lot of other teams couldn't. Catching them unawares, has to hop in through the window. That is a bad decision. There is an off angle coming through. Tornado stays in very late. I think he chimed in there as well. But Epsilon Axe, just the latest in a long list of lives taken by SWAT Europa.
Golden Guardians now looking for the back-to-back here. They are on 3 players, so not full force here versus Far Voice Gaming. You know, that looks a lot better. TBSS with 3% win chance with just the 1 player. That makes a lot more sense to me. But for Golden Guardians, how do they want to play this one out? With the next circle, it does push that small edge of the compound they had a little bit further out here. I think if I was Golden Guardians, I'm looking to sweep the eastern edge, get rid of Tornado, and then you can start playing over towards that north side versus SWAT Europa.
I think this is a really important match for Golden Guardians as well. To jump up, potentially to be within striking distance of the Boars. SWAT Europa. How on earth is Oscuro doing that? Goodness me. My man's Neo! What is going on? Okay, Nuvo. Give me some sanity back, please. That is crazy. Spinning like a Beyblade, just shirking off those bullets, man.
Oh, what was that? The old zigzagaroo. Yeah. Guess that's one way to deal with it.
My man's just, I'm imagining him playing gyro, and he's just like spinning on his chair. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, he was on that Dance Dance Revolution hype, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, 1 foot to the next. Really incredible stuff that he lived as long as he did.
Oh, get him in the ballet. Goodness me.
Yeah,
All
I'm not
right.
gonna forget that one. That's a play that's going to stay with me.
Golden Guardians trying to leap from behind their wall. They're having a real tough time of it. 2 of their players fall. It's just player 1 now left standing. Far Voice, they abandoned the compound earlier, but they may have been able to roll straight back on in. They've got a whole heap of points and deny Golden Guardians the chance to jump up closer than the Boars would be comfortable with. Tornado in this one super late as well. Player 1 with a 1v1 challenge forces Tornado to go for the drop down around the headland, and Tornado wins it out. Okay, TBSS into the 2nd place.
Okay, yeah. That 3% becomes a 9%. He's looking to deny.
Oh!
My God, I thought he was going to get the deny there. Nubo was still reloading. But there you go, chicken dinner for Far Voice Gaming. I think they sort of mishandled that late game, but they managed to come out on top. 11 eliminations and 1,700 damage done. Fantastic work. And for Nuvo's new game, he's really come alive. Other than that one time where he missed all those bullets.
No, he was the one to find it. It was the teammates who couldn't quite get that lock on coming through. Yeah, that was some crazy dancing coming through from Oscuro towards the end. SWAT Europa, they found a little fire in their belly during that last match blank. Their transition from fight to fight was successful. It was aided by the fact that they were picking their fights against teams who really didn't have these third-party potentials to come and bite them back. So that played very, very well for them. But they couldn't quite make it down that hillside. I can't blame them, but yeah, it looked stylish. Didn't work out well in the end.
No. I think for SWAT Europa is definitely like one of the, I think for this lobby overall, it's a lobby of just confidence boosters, right? That's all you need to succeed. I think a lot of teams are worried to take these engagements, to take these fights, and then as soon as they do, like, well, actually, it was pretty easy. It's a lot easier than we first thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that's potentially a little bit less resistance. It's the terrain, the way the walls fell, that Golden Guardians couldn't quite make it around the edge there. And what could have been a 20-point jump up at the end of that match pales to sort of around a 9 to 10 point gain, something in that sort of region. Whereas Far Voice Gaming, they get 21 points off the end of that game, as well as SWAT Europa getting 17 for their troubles.
I mean, for SWAT Europa, it's a wonderful game for them. MVP was Oscuro, and he was certainly obscure when it came to that footwork. Couldn't see where he was going. 792 damage done and 5 eliminations, 5 knockouts, so very efficient damage overall coming through from Oscuro this game. Managed to make his way up that hill and take down a fair few teams off the back of it. I thought Havoc was going to get further into this game. They just did not, weren't able to make it work. Golden Guardians also slipping their way into that compound. I felt bad for them. I think this is a really good game to capitalize off the back of and get themselves a back-to-back, which might have really sped up their day in terms of performance. Sadly, not the case.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and not only in performance, right, but their potential to challenge the Boars scoreline. They could have gotten so much further up those tables, closed that gap quite effectively. But yeah, unfortunate for them, they weren't quite able to go all the way. You can see on the points tables, they get 11 points, so it's still a non-zero gain, right? And at this point, they are within striking distance of a second place. I think that can't be understated, but that really requires the Boars to just not have anything more to say for the rest of the day. Yara Crew they're guaranteed in, right? Like there's just no way that anyone's going to be able to take them down. Even with those 4 points they're able to earn, they're getting closer and closer to the 200-point mark, and I just don't see anyone else competing there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I do think that for a lot of our teams getting up towards that first place spot, it's just impossible. Third place is much more exciting. For Boars, if they continue on the streak of losing fights that they really shouldn't, I mean, even on that northern side, John, we discussed it, you should not be going down there to SWAT Europa. They had no information coming in from that northern side and still swept you underneath the rug. It almost insane. So for Boars, something needs to step up if they even want to try and bounce Yara Crew off this top spot. It's getting closer each time now. It's only 28 points. I believe that they're away. Roughly. Yeah, 28 points. So it's not as bad as 35. It's not as bad as 30, but that scoreline is not getting that much closer, right? I think over 5 matches, they're able to squeeze out an 8-point difference between themselves as well as Yara crew. So it's not been easy. But Golden Guardians, they are hot on the trail.
Yeah, they are starting to turn up the heat here, and hopefully holding a candle to the feet of the Boars as well to try and get them to hot-foot it up those tables a little bit further as well, making a dent in that difference. I think they were 41 points now behind total, which over 4 matches is a closable gap. You know, one chicken dinner and all of a sudden you're having a different conversation. And Cherry Mortem still on this back page though with 74 points, not where they wanted to find themselves. SWAT Europa do fling up those tables. They were in 15th at the start of this match. They're up to 58 points and 12th place now.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think for Havoc Esports, 67 points. I think they've not had terrible games. I do think that for Havoc, there has been certain moments where, you know, it's not always been the greatest, but I do think a lot of these teams are improving a huge amount, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for SWAT Europa, they may have just gone back to what they're comfortable with. They were maybe trying to play too highfalutin in PUBG Mobile. They're not used to it. They weren't ready to bring it to the table. They got back to basics. It worked out well for them that match. We'll see if it continues to do so. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have match 3 ready to rock. It is Erangel coming back at you soon. We'll see if those Pachinki hot drops are going to continue. SWAT Europa going to move from strength to strength. Will Yara crew have a good game again? We'll have to wait. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Come back then for more Erangel. are coming back now to another Erangel to see if the chase for the Golden Guardians could still be on. If the Boars keep fumbling, if that Yara crew keeps stalling their engines, someone might be able to refuel and take to the skies here. What we thought might be a pretty foregone conclusion is still a pretty foregone conclusion, but now with a caveat. But yeah, we're going to be heading into this match with our eyes peeled to see if the Boars can have one big game, because that's all it's going to take to just take the wind out of their sails entirely. What can put some wind in your guys' sail, though, is a little bit of free UC, which you guys can earn. We're giving away 40,000 UC over the course of these broadcast days for the rest of today, actually, for PMGO. So make sure you're keeping your eyes peeled in the chat, because thanks to BuffBuff, our officially partnered and secure top-up platform, they provide players with globally with cheap and instant UC. They have provided us with a whole bunch of codes to give away in chunks. So if you want to get a chunk of that 40,000 UC, you can by keeping your eyes on those stream chats. Codes will be dropping throughout the show. Make sure you're grabbing those as fast as possible, because there's the first person to redeem them that gets the value out of it. You have to be the fastest finger on the button, otherwise it's no good. It's no dice. You won't get the points, and you have to go again next time. And time is running out, not only for you guys on those UC drops, but also for our teams. This is the exact same plane path as our first Erangel.
I think maybe.
Was it north to south last time? I think
it was north
maybe.
to south, because it would have been way extended time for Boars to drop out, right? Because I remember we talked about the fact that they dropped early in North Georgia. Now they're dropping early over towards Novo Upnoya. So obviously for Boars, this very much makes sense for them to drop over towards Novo, because it's looting speed. Doesn't really matter what the circle's going to go. If they can get out early, get looted. If they've got South George to work with, now they've got Novo to work with, all things fine. But this does mean we're going to get a northwest circle shift on this one, you know, the furthest away from Boars as possible, which is just the way these things go down. But they're getting out nice and early. Should be able to loot up. But you're right. It takes one big game from Boars, and Yara crew haven't been on top form today.
Yeah, it's opportunities being given to the rest of the lobby, right? Because that was something that we talked about quite early on, is the fact that Yara crew and the Boars as well doing so well is such a massive point sponge. It's really stymied other teams' ability to jump up on those tables. But now with their downturn in performance, specifically for Yara crew, those opportunities are more frequent. They are closer together. Hard East Circle does keep a little bit of Sosnovka in. Unlikely to finish there, but it's not out of the question. We know what these circles are like, but we're going to be heading out to the east side. Now for Boars, I think this is probably quite a difficult setup for them. Depending on how many teams move east early, they're potentially coming into conflict with a lot of players and potentially going to be finding some fraught relations with the teams looking across from that east bridge.
Oh, that's not too bad, right? They get themselves over towards the... there's boats there on Novo Upnoya. They can drive out from there quite easily and just swing themselves round towards Milta Power. Even Lipovka, if they wanted to. They know that most teams won't have dropped towards Lipovka. That should be free for them. So I think there's a lot of options here for Boars going forward. This does cut down the amount of space that is playable already. Huge amount of water in this one, which seems to be a reoccurring theme for a lot of our Erangels so far as we head in towards the third match of the day.
Yeah, it is pretty nasty stuff for so many of these circles and so much of this time spent playing in these lobbies. The Boars are going to go very quickly out to the east side. They're not going to waste any time in Novo. They're going to get across early. Milta occupied by the Golden Guardians, so could maybe find a pretty tournament-defining fight in that area with a 41-point difference between the two of them. The Golden Guardians would love the Boars to go down early again.
Yeah, being able to catch up to them would be fantastic news. But like I said, the Boars, they get themselves quickly over towards Mini Milta Power. Completely fine place to be. Team Demon fighting early. It kind of goes hand in hand with this squad. They do love to get stuck into it. That is Team Rain losing one of their players. Currently the lowest performing team. But not by a country mile, honestly. They are tied up with Epsilon Axe. And I have seen tournaments, I'll be honest, I have seen tournaments where teams do end their third day on like 17 points. So I actually think, although the skill gap is extremely wide between the top side of the lobby and the middle side of the lobby, it's actually, this is not this is not a terrible lobby right now. Like in terms of,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any like clear standouts of this is a bad team.
I think you do have to consider when looking at these points specifically right now that SWAT and Far Voice Gaming both just had big games in terms of points earnings as well, and they are very much within that bracket. They were lower. They were playing that backstop, so it has sort of bunched up a little bit more around the bottom. But I think your overarching point is correct. It's nice to see that there isn't too much of a differential, although at the moment it does seem so. In this fight, Rain are having a very, very tough time trying to take down demons, and Mihai has a player rolling him over these hillsides as well on the north side of Sosnovka. Actually, for Rain, there is one more player on the map. Anna is on the south of Sosnovka, so completely the other side of the island. In the meantime, Golden Guardians with a fight. Okay, could be a little bit more exciting in terms of the unfolding of this one. 1 point already earned, and now 17-15 looking to try and shut them down in Milta on an early rotate out towards the east. 17-15, I don't think they're looking to stay, though, because they've sent a scout all the way out to the east and getting in and amongst the boars. A very disparate approach here from 17-15, and it looks like that's going to come crashing down around their ears. Not too sure on the decision-making there for 17-15.
You know, I think they usually play over towards this location of the map, right? So for Golden Guardians to be here, it's a bit of a shock to them, but I don't think it should be that surprising considering this circle. A lot of teams who dropped out earlier saw this circle head over towards this way. Probably want to confirm onto better positions. If you're 17-15, you can't just wildly approach over towards Milta without properly scouting it. So I think for them, it's a bit of a thrown away game here, honestly. A bit sad to see. I think I was most surprised that Xenos didn't go down versus the boars when he, like you said, he just relaxing stroll through the entirety of the squad.
He's now up in Lipovka as well, which is kind of odd for 17-15. I think they are going to try and regroup there. Yara crew taking up position near shelter. Those open fields to the west of prison as well. There's some very valuable compounds, and even though they look like they're on the northwest side of the circle, given the playable terrain, places like Heaven Compound, for instance, going to be a really important linchpin rotation point for our teams on the north. So I'm looking at Kodiak, looking at Gods Reborn as well, who went down fairly early in that last match. And thinking about how they're going to transition south. I think that is going to be an important one to keep an eye on. Ritzy and SWAT Europa as well are rotating in from the west side, basically on top of each other. They are right behind one another, and that is not the sort of time you want to be turning your vehicle. Luckily, it rights itself fairly quickly.
SWAT Europa coming in from that western side. This me, Ritzy, very close. Pretty much the same colors, so this is going to get a little bit messy. In terms of seeing who's going down and who's not. But right now, Ritzy is on the receiving end, the most of the punishment. 2-pack down to a very, very low health pool. A lot of posturing going on, but not a whole lot of ground being taken.
He's got a brand new hovercraft. He's just trying to show it off. And Jerry Mortem as well, looking to move in behind. And the fact that Ritzy have stopped off here could prove to be a little bit nasty for their movements forwards. They've obviously lost a player. They didn't want to lose too much more. SWAT Europa trying to get across the road, and they need to establish themselves fast. Getting up onto this hillside, getting into the compound here, actually committing to the buildings now. So Vincherry Morton are going to have to divert around it, potentially get closer to Milta. And that could make Golden Guardians' lives harder.
It could. I mean, Golden Guardians are very well surrounded, but Milta's a nice place to play in terms of having a lot of areas to work around with, honestly. I don't think teams are too unhappy with how this one is playing out. Eclipse making his way through the field here from SWAT Europa, who are just fine right now, looking to pick up that player from Vincherry Morton of a point to add to their tally. Like you said, they profited a lot today already. Now looking to get a little bit further up on those rankings. They do get the rundown over towards the key meet.
They are proving to be quite tiresome for a lot of our other teams. I'm sure they don't like the view of them rolling over those hilltops. SWAT Europa doing bits. Next circle coming through, just about to show itself off. Okay, so that hard northwest shift. Let's look over towards Dip. Let's look over towards the mansion areas on that north flank. I'm expecting this Milta glut of teams to get a move on. And I think, yeah, Vincherry Morton moving first doesn't really surprise me. Ooh, Boars find a knock. And it's over to Hatyara crew. Okay, they found Lazzy. There is no way this doesn't get run down. Is there going to be any retribution, though? Because you've got Loco up in the hills. Maybe looking to take shots? No, they're not even going to go for it.
Yeah, you lose Lazzy there, you're just going to back out. They're going to head over towards where Lumberyard is, maybe a little bit further. It's such an awkward circle for such an awkward playing path. Basically goes all the way over towards the western side. We're forcing teams to the very eastern side of the map. Shelter becomes a little bit of a focal point for a lot of teams. You get a lot of players around that area playing the bunkers. Yeah, I think a lot of teams tried to confirm over towards that southeastern side, which did make complete sense considering where their playing path went through, where a lot of the teams were littered along the southern coast. So it's suddenly getting this hard shift over towards that northwest side. It just opens up so much space on the northwest side of the circle.
Yeah, there was a real vacuum there, and we know that our teams just love playing on the south side. Blank. It just happens time and time again. But yeah, they are going to have to start to move up. There is no room for them all to be playing in that zone. With that Lumberyard hilltop. Ooh, Kashi taken very, very low, trying to get these bandages off. Don't want to jog him too much. Stop that channel. And they're going to get out of there. Okay, Gods Reborn on the road again with 3 players. 17-15, they managed to survive with 2. Now they're rolling up into Kodiak with 4, but on quite a big split here. I think they, yeah, both teams are aware of each other's presence. The vehicle's making plenty of noise. Havoc, worried about their position in shelter. Hatyara crew going to join them fairly close by.
Well, this is always going to be a very hotly contested spot on the map. It's one of the few areas that, you know, it's not the most ideal location to play in the world. Teams don't want to be forced to play here. But when there's so little space to work around with because of the huge amount of squads that were basically chucked into the mix on the southeast side, you kind of have to throw yourself down here in the first place. So Boars are actually going to play on that far east side, a little bit closer towards Lumberyard. Everyone else got forced over towards shelter. I think Hatyara crew was able to get fairly central, though, surprisingly.
Yeah. I mean, they're on top of this position, right? With Havoc. They are up top on the entrances. Still playing just this big split for Hatyara crew, right? They are vulnerable right now because other teams are going to be sending 2, 3, 4 players at these solo situation positions that they've established for themselves. I think it's a little bit too risky right now to be holding all of that ground as a 3. Next circle comes through. It does go back down to the southeast side, so bad news for Alpi, TBSS, Far Voice Gaming on that northern edge. They are going to have to shift back on over. Kodiak around that prison area. Looking to control the east side of it. I imagine what 17-15 would like to do, but with 2 probably can't, and maybe Hatyara crew will do that, is play the west side of that prison ridgeline and try and establish themselves there.
Yeah, this is also not a very nice circle for anyone else because you are right. In terms of prison, that actually cuts out a lot of area. No one really wants to head towards prison early, but it's a lot of sight lines being denied in that area over from the west towards the east. Overall, never a really fun spot to play around with. So for Kodiak, they're likely going to be focusing a lot of their attention over towards this eastern side, clear a lot of the teams out there, and then you can play on the eastern edge of prison. But yeah, for them, Far Voice Game is kind of the biggest obstacle at the moment. Though TBSS could be a problem later on.
Yeah, from that east side, from Lipovka. I'm looking at the Golden Guardians as well, who were in Milta. They left out far on a wrap from the east, and they're actually pushing up the top of the mountain now, towards that Lumberyard position that we're on board with at the moment. Epsilon Axe holding out the Boars. But Golden Guardians are looking to join the party from the south side. Might run straight into the Boars. And again, that battle for second place could be a little bit more decided here, depending on who's able to win this fight, who's able to get those first shots, who's able to find a first knock, if indeed they go for the fight at all.
Let's start getting things a little bit more sorted in terms of areas of the map you trying to confirm over towards. I think Hatyara crew made the right decision. Play on this western edge. I think that they didn't want to get caught around on that western side. A lot of teams are moving over there, and they spotted that this western high ground is very available to work with. God, so many teams stuck over towards Lumberyard. This is very rough.
This is nasty. Nasty business. Gods Reborn taking shots. It was Golden Guardians as well taking shots at Team Demon, who are now down on one player and playing on the north side of Milta. Rain are still by the east bridge from Sosnovka at the moment, with their 2 players left alive. Potential to run straight headlong into this fight, or maybe stay out of it and stay on the west. Ooh, Boar's take a knock. Snoix is down.
Kodiak, Robs is able to get a little bit of retribution, but that's over towards the guys on Far Voice Gaming. So Boars do lose Snoix completely out here. That's because Kodiak was following this team further downwards. For Boars, they are pinched. They have to clear some area. And I think this is where they wanted to go. They wanted to sweep over towards this northeast side. But there's multiple teams here in the way. Circle heads directly onto the northern area of the map, around Mansion, around Prison. Oh, this is not good for any team involved.
I mean, Yarakru are probably one of the happier teams in this one. And to be fair, Alpi as well. Heaven Compound on this northwest side is going to be really strong for them if they can hold on to it. Ritzia right there. SWAT Europa could potentially roll up. We know they like to do that. And get on through. Boars disengaging. Kodiak have got an outpost over the north, but they are penned in by Prison on their western flank. And now Yarakru are going to have to deal with 1715 getting in and amongst their business, as well as the Boars who are rocking up on this area.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a high prior area, right? Very much want to lock this down. I think Boars are equally surprised they're able to confirm over towards the south side of Prison. 1715, Taper's taking a whole lot of damage. We'll have to hit the first aid kit, but there it is. Yarakru banging on the door here.
Trying to unleash those shotgun shells to the door frame. Not going to step out. Has to try and face his fears. Has to hit the deck. The shotgun shells, again, just not quite landing through it. The third parties are going to come through fairly quickly. You do need to deal with it, and they find it. Finally, Exynos is here, but it's a little bit too little too late. Loco from range will be able to handle business. Now the Boars have not had the opportunity to go for a third party. Vincere Mortem, though, they're trying to move in around the shelter entrances. They've lost a lot of players. Just Shum in action. Gods Reborn wanting to slow this res down. A damage sent out, and it's Havoc from underneath, playing from inside the bunker, completely unaware of it. Vincere Mortem full prey.
Some of these teams on the southeast side just have no information to work with. As you can see from right there, from Vincere Mortem moving up, and then do not know there's still players underneath inside the shelter itself. It's an awkward maneuver from everyone. This is a part of the map where you absolutely do want as much information to work with as possible. And this is all made worse by the fact that plane path was so disgustingly opposed to where this circle ended up towards the end game. Teams just haven't had the time to set up properly.
It's been really quite tricky. Very hard fought path for a lot of our rosters. Golden Guardians went down, by the way, in a fight to Epsilon Axe on that south side. So a run potential for them slowed again. And now they've only got 3 more matches to play today. And indeed in these finals. So for the Boars, can they open enough headroom for them to be able to breathe a little bit easy? They're right next to Yarakru, but they're in a really solid spot for this match. They've got 3 elims, not too many teams looking to try and push through them. They will be first to face if Epsilon Axe try and move northward, but everybody out on that west side needs to conclude as well.
Pretty much Boars' main goal right now is just to hold out teams like Kodiak, like Epsilon Axe on this south side. They can't really confirm much over towards Yarakru just yet because they don't want to get backfilled. And this is like the main place that you will get backfilled from anyway.
It's a bit of a risk. Kodiak at the moment mounting up on the south side of Prison, leaving Winnie to stop them from getting backfilled. With angles over towards TBSS, but I don't feel like TBSS are going to want to go for this one until the circle shows itself. It goes over to Prison with the circle. I mean, this is great for Yarakru, for Boars as well, to be able to control this if they can fend off Kodiak. Loco blows himself up. Bad news. Bad news. He is somewhat resable, but that might allow the Boars to step a little bit forwards.
That's how they're going to get vehicles start moving around, interestingly enough. Actually looking for the side swipe on the edge. There is the watchtower still in play, which they're just going to grab easily for them. That is a very lovely spot to pick up right now. And with Yarakru having to reassemble on top of Loco, huge problem. And Winnie will find the shot over towards him, leaving Yaraku back down towards just a 2. I think that was a re-knock.
Came through from Winnie, though, on the off angle for Kodiak. Very, very split from the team. TBSS will have heard this. They are descending on his position right now. You can see that off in the distance. Nades from AZM over towards the Boars, trying to get some damage tagged on in. As Winnie does go for the regroup. Okay, they send someone out to give him a little bit of a helping hand, to feel a little bit more confident in it. So hopefully they can stay alive. The nade from Calais does start to do damage. Terminus, the first to fall to it. Boars are playing with 3, and they're all on the inside. A swift flush comes through as well, as SWAT Europa are doing SWAT Europa things on the western flank. Calais is spotted. Modal moves down for Kodiak, and they're trying to wrap around the back of the prison and give them a boulder rolling down the hill that they will really struggle to stop.
This is such a nice spot. And honestly, Robs has won, I think, from previous teams in this spot before, if I remember correctly. It's a nasty spot to have to play into, but it's hard to hold early on in the game because there is a lot of teams around you able to just throw nades in where the sight lines haven't just been opened up yet. For Yaraku, this is extremely dangerous places to stand and sit for them. The difference maker is that there is just not teams close enough right now to basically guard out for the Boars.
Goodness, those shelter exits are getting really stacked right now. A lot of damage pouring on in. SWAT Europa looking to come out, smelling the roses on this one. Crazy, the only player to fall so far for them. They're racking up the points yet again. Kodiak struggling to move past as well, as Carnage is giving them a little bit of a challenge now. Remodal crashing in. Frizzo as well, and Carnage falls. Kodiak can repair themselves back up. Where do the Boars go? Are they still in this one? Okay, yeah, but they're off in the distance now. They're down to 1 player as well, Blank. Kodiak can get the full reset and play in from the south side. Callie wants to look for the challenge against the Boars. Steps right into a nade. Lucky. Goes so low. Robs can't quite find that final shutdown, and through the windows. Loco able to find it. The Boars are out.
Yeah, it's so unlucky. It's like a really nice nade there coming through from Robs. But there was so many nades on site for Yaraku, and it's almost like they baited out the watchtower, to be honest. It required them to speed things up a little bit, but now Yaraku have a really solid position to play from as 3. It is frustrating, though. I think for Boz, if you watch this game back and you see that Ritzy just doesn't even try and third party on the watchtower, which is a winning spot, you'd be fairly frustrated.
That is definitely an annoyance, but it's the sort of thing you need to account for in a lobby like this, and it goes again to what we were saying earlier in this tournament about the Boars playing that international level and maybe giving too much credit to their opponents sometimes in terms of the risk evaluation that they're taking. But it speaks well to their potential on the global stage. Maybe just not here, unfortunately. Yaraku are now up to 6 elims. I thought they multiple times were going to be down to 2-1 player in this scenario, but they've managed to fight through. They're up to 6 elims. They're in 3-player situation. They've got a solid spot. For Kodiak, it's, again, another chance to potentially look to chase. A big chicken dinner here from Kodiak could put them in with striking distance to the Boars, who only were able to get 4 points this match. Yeah.
Again, I think for Boars, this might be game over now in terms of the first place. I think Yaraku just wins from here, by the way. This is you just win from the spot. In the meantime, SWAT Europa looking to get Kodiak off their backs, but it's not looking easy as Eclipse is the final player in hand and already taking a bunch of shots from Kodiak up on high. And he might just have come to the end of the road here, which he has.
Now the sun's getting real low for Eclipse. There's an answer from across the way. Alpia chiming in. So Kodiak now playing as 3, but they've got 12 elims now, Blank. This is a solid run. They're looking to sweep through. Alpi will be a bit of a challenge, though. The 3 sight lines against them. Momodal, sure, he's not currently flushable. Yaraku not going to flex out for it, but Alpi will be a problem here. To move on forwards, they do need to try and deal with that angle. The good news is that they are very lined up in that spot. Calais,
okay. Yeah.
Way too bold.
Yeah, okay. That's probably the worst play we've seen from this guy. Overall, Loco will go down. What are we doing?
What was that? Like, they know that Ritzy are there. They know that TBSS are there. If they don't, they definitely should do.
It's the most unnecessary play I've seen this entire match. You just play Watchtower. You don't have to go anywhere. Like, Ritzy can't stand up now because the whole reason you play this spot is that it gets to a point in the game where players can no longer stand up around you. And you just win because you have one of the only bits of cover left remaining.
Ooh, Alpi nearly get the run up to go well. In fact, they do. Okay, they survive with a little assist coming through from TBSS, but now they're under a lot of pressure. I mean, this is such a big opportunity for Kodiak. They've got so many elims already, could farm up plenty more now as Cappuccino is a solo in this location. Another elim added to the tally. You can see 7 elims coming through from Frizzo. And on that angle, he will spot Cappuccino, or rather Cappuccino will spot him, but the gunfire gives the game away. TBSS also with a big chance to prove themselves yet again.
I mean, TBSS have been having a really good day today. I've been really happy with the way they've been making their way into a lot of these circles. Erangel seems like they're starting to 100% understand this map a lot better, understand how to rotate in. They're not that late to these circles anymore. I definitely give them, the accolade of just the most improved team out of the entirety of these squads.
Really happy to see them start to flourish. But there's still 3 other teams in this lobby with them right now. And I'm sure they don't feel quite so flourishsome at the moment. Their bellies on the dirt. And Kodiak lording it over them from the high grounds. They've got to keep that objective in sight. So do Kodiak, though. 13 elims. A chicken dinner here likely nets them maybe 5 more elims, which would get them up to an 18 elim game, putting them on, what would that be, a 28-point match, jumping them up very significantly. Very, very significantly on those point standings to be within arm's reach of the Boars, potentially. 105 is where they started. So, yeah, it would be pretty nasty news for the Boars if Kodiak are able to sweep through this one.
That's a big possibility as well. Kodiak, they've had some fantastic games in the past. Cappuccino, last player alive now for Alpi, playing in a spot that, you sort of have to grab later on versus Hatyara crew. But with these player counts, 4 players for Kodiak, 4 players for TBSS, Hatyara crew don't really have the staying power here anymore.
The good news is that they aren't within nade range of these big rosters, right? With the 4 from TBSS, they don't have the nades, or rather they might be saving them for a later engagement, and Kodiak just a little bit too far away. So they can bide their time. AZM and Calais can wait. Cappuccino not wanting to poke his head above the parapet because it will get blasted as soon as he makes himself exposed. The next circle coming on through. They're all waiting for it.
Just want to know where this goes. And again, it just shifts ever so slightly over towards that western side. Keeps the watchtower again. Like I said, this is an incredible position. Not often afforded to teams. The Kodiak, they're going to really slow themselves down. TBSS has to walk in. You can see there that where they're going to have to walk in is over towards open ground here. Luckily for TBSS, though, they have a lot of their vehicles still available. And what's the play here? Do you make the crash over towards the roadside? Probably. With TBSS now finding the initial knock over towards Hatyara crew, this is really good news for them.
Kodiak find that second. Cappuccino is there. They should know this position. They've been taking shots at it before. TBSS now know that Cappuccino's there. Nades can start to be pinpulled. Without Hatyara crew now, they have a lot of control over the area, but 20 finds the opener over towards Ronin. Looking for another as well. Kodiak rolling down the hill. The nade finds a little tag onto Tornado from Cappuccino on the off angle, and Kodiak continue their march forwards. 2 players now for TBSS. Looking to try and hold on, but Tornado goes so low. The nade out onto Ronin confirms the flush, and Frizzo breaks out wide. Kodiak now looking to encircle this fight and put it in a chokehold. Cappuccino giving it a good go, but takes even damage with Frizzo on that scenario. The nade in over the Tornado brings TBSS down to 1. Cappuccino starting to flatten and will not be able to stand up to it. The vehicle goes boom, and TBSS now the last on the menu. An 18 elimination chicken dinner coming through potentially for Kodiak. 1 goes down. He's got a lot of health. Confirms the flush, but he's burning away, Blank. I don't think he gets away with this one. He may just go down. The first aid's coming through, but it will not be enough. The burn is on, and Kodiak give themselves a chance to the top 2.
A really good chance, and I think it will be a massive upset if Boars do not go through to PMGO. So we are getting close here right now. For Kodiak, it's a massive game, a 29-point game, which really does shove them up the rankings. For Boars, though, I'd be bashing a desk. I'll tell you that now. It's a frustrating one. They take the right position on the map. You expect at that point, anyone who challenges them is just going to get shot out and taken down. But you also, there is this other possibility there where Hatyara almost baits them into that, where they had so many nades available to clear out Watchtower. So they're just waiting for a team to roll up towards it. But yeah, I think Boars Gaming were sort of expecting a little bit more of an immediate response to the teams on the north, where Hatyara were just fully out in the open. It's not meant to be. A little bit of an early approach potentially.
And as much as we hyped it up towards the end, the points gap will still sit around, I believe, like 30 points or something between Kodiak and Boars Gaming, even with this 29-point infusion being added to Kodiak's tally. It's still quite far away, and it is still quite an outside chance. But 3 matches to play, a 30-point difference, when you're talking about teams towards the top, is definitely doable. And if Kodiak have found their feet, we've seen what they can do. Frizzo with the MVP with 10 eliminations, blank 1,750 damage is insane coming through from Frizzo.
That is the highest we've seen throughout this entire tournament, hands down. A crazy turn up from Frizzo. Not only here, but in our last match on Miramar as well. He has very much been the glue that has held the team together. Though, is that 20? Is that 20s? Or is that Frizzo? Am I getting mixed up?
What do you mean?
Is that 20's portrait or is that Frizzo's portrait? I thought it was 20's portrait.
Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember which one's which. I believe in the graphics though. We'll go with it for now.
I'll believe in the graphics.
Memodal as well. Top 3 coming through from Kodiak as Winnie is in 3rd place. Of course, Loco had to make an appearance. He did unfortunately go down to Calais. Interesting play to break out of their tower and try and make a dash for it.
I don't know.
Kodiak with 29 points. Yarakru with 11. They are very close to breaking that 200-point barrier too.
Indeed. It's because they're all giving the old crossed arm pose, the classic esports pose. I'm getting mixed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For Kodiak, 29 points. TBSS with 11. I'm loving the turn up from TBSS. Hatyara also got 11 points this game, which makes it fairly improbable that Boars catch them up today. They've got 3 more matches to do it, but you got to profit on at least 2 out of the 3. Here's our overall top players. Robs is actually making his way in to the top here now, which is great news.
All right. Loco still sits atop the pack with a huge damage total, nearly on 10k damage for Hatyara, and Frizzo up in 4th as well after that performance from the last match, doing pretty hefty lifting himself there. 38 elims coming on in, really nice stuff. Here are the overalls though. So Kodiak they are pretty close enough to worry about for the Boars there. They are under 30 points away actually. They are going to be 27 points behind the Boars. And that is a bit of an upset coming on through for the Boars. They're going to have to worry about it a little bit more. 3 games left to fend them off. We'll see if the Boars can hold on to a qualification spot, which is a sentence I think was unthinkable just 3 days ago.
Yeah, well, when you look at this game, 27 points away from Boars Gaming, they just got 29. So it's not exactly impossible to hit that on the next match. The Boars Gaming, unfortunately for them, getting 1st place just feels like a bit of a pipe dream now, because you're looking at a 35-point difference, which means at least 2 games. At least. So that's the big issue there for Boars, is that they'd need at least 2 matches to catch up, and there's only 3 left. So they've got to play 66% of their last matches at the highest level possible. I just don't see it happening. On towards our 2nd page, Venturi Morm still sadly here in 9th. Team Demon have yet to found another placement point, but they have found 11 more elims.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Let's go, Team Demon. Keep turning up the heat and seeing what you can get done. Yeah, I mean, Fair enough. That's the way they want to play. That's what they're going to get done. SWAT Europa were trying to change things around in that previous match as well, but they couldn't quite find as much firepower as they did in their Miramar. Instead, they're going to go down a little bit earlier on, but keeping the bottom of the tables also a little bit fresh and exciting. Nice to see coming through from SWAT Europa. Yeah, difficult approach to the circle on that last match for basically everyone.
Indeed. But speaking of fresh and exciting, let's take a look at some clips from the last game.
The time has come, Blank. It's our final Erangel of the finals here for the Western Europe PMGO. We only have one more of them to play. We've got Miramar, well, we've got Rondo and Miramar up next. And I think that this Rondo could be pretty big. I think if you're going to watch one match today, Rondo may very well be the decider. We talk about these point gaps like they're insurmountable. You throw Rondo into the mix, things get a little bit more volatile. So I'm excited for that one. But this Erangel also could be very decisive depending on how early the boars go down.
And where the circle ends up, I suppose.
That's true.
We are
that's
due
true.
our second Sosnovka of the day. So we'll see what happens there.
Top, come on.
But yeah, you are right. Rondo is going to be a big one in terms of points gain. We're also going to have Miramar being the ender of the day, which it can be a little bit up in the air sometimes in terms of like having those games where you have an end game that is regular and fairly even playing field to win, which is not always likely there on Miramar, a little bit more likely on Erangel, but then again, we have been treated to some absolute disgusting Erangels so far during these finals. But yeah, this is our final Erangel of the finals, into our final Rondo, into our final Miramar. There's last chance saloon for every single map.
Absolutely. We're going for one last run around all of our maps. It's Erangel that we'll be saying goodbye to first, and potentially saying goodbye to quite a lot of teams. I mean, if the boars have one big game, it is just done, right? There's no way that they're going to be knocked off their second place, and they will have confirmed their spot through. To be honest, the boars not going through would just be such a massive upset in terms of expectations, in terms of what I'm sure those players are expecting as well. It would be very, very strange to not see that roster going through. With what Hatyara crew were able to do, obviously they were able to slow them down. And if Hatyara crew weren't in this tournament, the boars would just be far enough ahead and you could distribute those points however you want to mathematically. But yeah, the boars, I think, would be with a lot bigger of a buffer to be coming into this one, which they currently have not been afforded.
Yeah, well, for boars, the entirety of the storyline has always been that, is it unfair that boars is playing in this tournament? Is it unfair? And it seems like that's not the case, because there are teams that seem to be challenging them right now. And that currently at the moment is Kodiak, who have put in a bit of a shift today to get to where they are. But here we go, our final Erangel of the finals here of the Western Europe PMGO finals. We're on board with Vagnasad of the time being, but this team needs big points on this match to set themselves apart from some of these teams that are chasing.
I think for Boars, this might be a Yasnaya game. Based on the plane path right now from Primorsk up towards Lipovka, Novo's fairly inaccessible. Do they want to drop around Farm and Milta, grab some vehicles? That's sort of their only option for going to Novo. I think North George or that sort of area is also kind of out of the question. So maybe back to Yaz. Well, that's where Kodiak have been finding their stomping ground. And they don't really want to be giving those points away. Okay, yeah, okay. I take it back. They can also drop on that north side of Military Island. I overlooked that one. So yeah, they definitely can go for that and get over to Novo nice and early.
Oh yeah, easily. I was kind of, I thought maybe you were suggesting that they hot drop Kodiak, try and put them in the bin early on, but that is a risk. But instead heading over towards Novo, completely fair. Again, pretty nasty area on the map to work around with in terms of the south plane path.
I've just spotted something. Blank. Gods Reborn are not in Pochinki.
Well,
they've left. They've headed over to Rozhok. Okay, fair enough. They don't want anything to do with SWAT Europa.
I mean, if Gods Reborn starting in Rozhok is a actually decent position to work with. You are neighbored by Hayara crew, which maybe is a little bit frightening for them, but considering Rozhok is fairly open the majority of the time, this is a pretty easy pickup. Pretty long drop here for Boars. They make their way on over. Vagnazar is still in the sky. They've got a bit of a journey out to go towards the north side of the map. But you can see here what we talked about last game with Golden Guardians inside of Milta. 17-15's drop. The fact that they were there first, you sort of have to assume that on some of these weird plane paths. But we'll see as teams make their way in. Severny, once again, open. But I have seen more and more teams actually heading over towards Severny early. I think one of the first teams to do it was Far Voice Gaming, so we'll probably see them there soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're already on the road for it. Boars are sweeping over the north side of Military, going to get through Novo as fast as they can, because they do need to get on the bike. We're not going to have another one of those silly sausage Sosnovka circle stampedes this time around, Blank. They are going to be going over to the mainland. It's 100% guaranteed we cannot finish on Sosnovka now, which means that this is probably one of the kindest circles that we've seen in such a long time for this map. It's kind of crazy.
It's a normal circle. You're right. I don't think we've really talked about that too much. We're not doing anything too insane here. They're heading over towards that north side. Far Voice Gaming actually pick up North George. They don't head straight away over towards Severny. They're going to leave that one out. And I mean, to be honest with you, if you spot that North George is open and free and the Boars are already here, there's a much better drop spot. A much better looting spot, in fact, at the early stages of the game. Yeah, Boars have got a bit of a journey ahead of them.
I think you're right. For Far Voice, it's much more powerful. Teams will start to crunch in around Severny if it ends up going north of the river, and then transition out towards the shooting range hills, with the potential of even flowing south down towards Everest. I mean, it just gives you so many more options if the circle goes south of that central river. So yeah, you're absolutely right on Far Voice taking up that position. Really quite solid. Not too sure about Alpi's decision though. Seemingly looking to get closer and closer towards Zaki on this one. Not the decision I would have made. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. If you're going to make this big old journey out towards the north side of the map and then fling Zaki side, yeah, it's a bit of a weird option. I think for LP, the only caveat I can give is maybe they're worried that there are teams already in Severny, which wouldn't be that would not be wrong to say. Because Far Voice Gaming have gone there a few times and are pretty swift on the approach. You don't have a huge amount of information, but I'd much rather scout Severny and then double back towards shooting range if that was the case.
It might just be a little bit of loot insecurity for LP, because depending on how much they were able to get before they made that move, perhaps they're thinking, okay, we could go for Severny, but if we get stuck in a fight there, they've had time to loot the whole of Severny, and we're on, level ones. One of us doesn't have a helmet. We've only got 2 nades between us all, kind of thing. So it may just be pick through Severny, move in about a minute and a half over towards... Sorry, pick through Zaki in about a minute and a half, move over and see what you can find there. But yeah, still... A strange decision, I think it's safe to say. You could commit one player over to scout it, which I think is probably what you were alluding to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a little peek in and go from there. 17-15 Golden Guardians, once again, get themselves stuck into it. Pulling up the fisticuffs here. There's a bit of a reoccurring trend between both these squads on their rotate over towards that northern side. Giving each other a wide berth for the time being, though. 17-15 is setting up a bit of a shield wall.
Trying to lock in the phalanx. But so far, I mean, Golden Guardians not really giving too much away. With Hoxie on the back foot, though, if Hoxie gets spotted here, or maybe if he spots Heaven, actually, could really change things around, playing on in the shack. As we go over to the west bridge, you can see Team Demon trying to make their move away from Sosnovka military base. TBSS not going to hold it. They're still in Ferry Pier, Blank. They're in Ferry Pier. In the last match, they finally decided, should we just take Ferry Pier? That seems like a good idea. Should we do that? Okay. And they are going to be able to get it. He's inspecting the building cornicing there. He's making sure that the cupboards are looking nice and safe. Okay, good. No splinters. Brilliant.
Kodiak. Work the way in from that western edge. Eastern edge, sorry, from Yasnaya. Pretty usual spot for them. They're always happy, though. They get themselves the loot truck really early in the game every single time, which is one of the blessings you get from Yasnaya. If you can get there early enough, that is. Very slow game from Boars, though. Goodness me. Still making their way off over at Neuer.
Yeah, they took a little bit of time to get to Novo, but it wasn't very slow. I mean, they got off in the early third of the plane path. They grabbed vehicles very, very quickly. Perhaps they're worried about bridge camping on that east side. It could be something that a team from Milta would try and hold them out for as they try and get across. In fact, 17-15 looked like they are moving back east to something. Maybe they're going to try and go up around the east side, around the Stauber foothills and get north of the river. Could potentially be a choice, but I'm puzzled by 17-15's decision to make this rotation. Maybe this is something that the Boars know that they tried to do.
I mean, you wouldn't be... I don't think you're far off, honestly. For Boars, they know that they've got free games, right? Free games to stay ahead. Right now, you want to play relatively safe. Getting 6 to 10 points per game likely is the aim of the match for them, which is very doable. But they are giving it a good old wait here. And they can wait until stage 3. I don't think they want to wait till stage 3, but they absolutely can.
I think, as well, there's the factor of you wait for this second circle, and then you actually know if you need to go north of the river, and that might be the decision-making position that they're going for. And as soon as that stage 2 hits, they do move, so that might also be on their minds. I am so puzzled about 17-15. They had the whole east side of Potato Hill. This feels like a targeted play towards the Boars to try and just hold one of their players out and try and take a player down on their roster. Potentially give Kodiak a chance, because Kodiak now are north of the river in potentially one of the more accessible places. They might slam headlong into rain if they keep going farther north, but if they head west, you'll start to get into those shooting range hills.
I can't believe 17-15 is still here, though. It is wild, like you say. But we're going to focus in on the circle on the northwest within Cherry Mortem. Towards the center here on that center island. It's the first time that we haven't had a super deterministic circle where it's either head fully on the north side or fully down towards the south. It's actually a game where we get to see the river a little bit more involved on this one. But the teams have played a similar circle like this, I think, on day 1, where this ended far northwest around shooting range in the forest there. Ritzy set up nicely towards a northeast position. And with Everest being in play, a bit of a funnel round ruins. I do think you'll probably see a lot of teams coming in a little bit later to this one, waiting for those spots to open, or even taking a really wide wrap up over towards that northeast. We can currently see both Golden Guardians and 17-15 just... They are playing very, very silly down towards this south side. I don't know why they're still here. I think Boars are also completely confused by this. It makes no sense.
This is... I mean, this is flummoxing as to why 2 teams have decided to send out this area with the circle as it sits. They are sweeping their own legs out to try and take down the boars, it seems. It's very, very strange. I mean, the Golden Guardians, I can understand it more from them. Target the boars. They're the team that you need to bump off that second place spot. But from 17-15, that's even stranger. Rain, they've been going head-to-head with Kodiak for a while. They did manage to get a knock. It was res. They got a re-knock. But now the bullets are starting to find their way back over to them. Frizzo does go down. A pretty heavy hit to the roster, one of their main fraggers, but they still got plenty more firepower in the back pocket. 20, obviously a standout during those knockout stages. And a modal, looking to put pressure forward. Nade in to control the building. Mitza around the edge. Will not get found just now. As Winnie also looking to open up through it. Golden Guardians losing players in the meantime on the south side, 17-15. As those 3 teams still keep it going. Winnie around the window, looks for the shutdown, finds another. Kodiak keeping their hopes high. And with the boars going low, they still just have this chance on the northeast side. The circle pushing everybody north of the river now.
I mean, still keeps that little island on the south end, though. Which is always awkward. A bit more on Rozok's side as well. But you can kind of tuck yourself in towards Rozok. Kodiak are dropped down towards 3. Team Rain on 2. Starting to look to send away here. But that does leave Kodiak high and dry in the blue for a long, long time. Golden Guardians in 17-15 still fighting on this south side for whatever reason. Golden Guardians are technically winning it pretty handedly, though. So can't complain too much about them.
Well, the boars certainly will complain about them because, again, 3rd place, Golden Guardians were able to do a huge lift over towards them previously. They are still very much an outside chance on it, though, with over 40 points needed. I think that was a 42-point difference between them. They would need sort of back-to-back chicken dinners and for the boars to go down early. As I said, it's more understandable for the Golden Guardians to go for a bridge camp against the boars. But for 17-15, that feels just kind of wild to make that sort of decision. And they may... Well, they have lost out entirely. They are all down. And in fact, the points going into the Golden Guardians. Boars playing it with 2. Managed to get across the river, actually, to the north side. And no one seems to be giving them too much trouble now.
For the boars, again, like I said, it's about survival at this point, right? And that is the name of the game. It always has been in PUBG, but for boars, it is quite literally just about survival. Getting further into the game than Kodiak. Kodiak's coming in on that northeast side. Potentially Team Demon gives them a bit of a problem. We know Team Demon do have some claws on them, although they are very brittle. Fragile claws, it is.
Yeah. Pretty ceramic in nature. Nice and sharp, but might snap if they get too far out. Too far out of check. Havoc trying to fend off against Vincere Mortem on the western side. Vincere Mortem are on 4 players alive. And Havoc going pretty low here. But Wings has the off angle. Faker has the nades. They've got more pouring out of the windows here. And Vincere Mortem may be suffering. An answer finally over towards Faker. And Havoc really are going to struggle to hold this building now. No top floor there, and it's all up to Wings to try and find the last 2 players from Vincere Mortem on the western side. He has to play off back. Wants to get Faker back in. Safix on the window. Position spotted. Nade in from Wings. Is it going to land? No, not quite. Dakimi has nades cooking from the back lines as well. Faker, I mean, he should just get flushed away at this point. Nade on in. Bounce, bounce. Nearly getting that knock, but just about able to fade the damage.
Yeah, it's a very nice nade, actually, bouncing off the top of the barrel, but some good maneuvers coming through from Wings right now. Keep himself safe. Circle does center up over towards boars, which might be more than they bargained for us, actually. Being so central here is very worrying for the team.
Oh my goodness me. All right, let's cram in, see how many players we can fit into this area. Havoc eliminated. Vincere Mortem able to conclude that fight, but at the cost of 2 of their players. And on the far west, they need to storm the battlement. SWAT Europa do not want to let that happen. And they will be moving on in from that south side of the river. Actually looking to use that crossing, which is nice. And with the diminished Vincere Mortem, that west side is more accessible now.
Vincere, you kind of open up a lot of that space for them, like you're saying, John. I think the God's Reborn, once they get in a decent spot, TBSS, man, like, I know they might not be getting a huge amount of points, but I like their rotations. They're and I'll put it this way, okay? You gotta trust me that I'm not hyping this team up too much, but they're a team that's playing safe, but I think they're learning a lot off of these matches, right? 94 points right now is an incredible result from a team that was getting 16s, 15s multiple times in a row. They do play extremely safe, but it is earning them points. It is earning them points, and they slowly work their way into these circles. They do a lot of homework, it seems, in the meantime. You could respect that from any team.
Absolutely. It is very, very impressive, and we'll keep harping on about it, but definitely now most improved. With only 2 matches left to play. They have really shown some tenacity within this tournament. Really on the best foot forwards. Big fan of TBSS. Venturi Mortem are eliminated. They can't make it any further forwards, unfortunately. Kodiak have been busted down to 2 players, Blank. On that northern side, they have been struggling somewhat. And they've got 3 eliminations right now. That is their total points earnings. The Boars pretty happy about that as Rain take the full tumble. They will be going down on their last Erangel that they'll see this tournament. But yeah, Kodiak, their ability to jump up the tables severely diminished here. The Golden Guardians, not so much though. On the northeast side, I feel like it may be a question of how long can the Boars survive, as we've talked about so many times. It doesn't seem like too many teams are putting pressure on them. But once this northwest side concludes, that's when they're going to be in huge amounts of danger.
Yeah, for Kodiak, you're right. With a lot of the teams coming in from the northwest, they're just waiting for their fights to finish up. You can see here they're already setting up with tons and tons of smokes in preparation for what is going to be a bit of a flood on this northwest side.
You've got SWAT Europa, you've got Ritzy, you've got Alpi, all in the hills to their northwest right now. It looks like Alpi and Ritzy are going to kick things off, but SWAT Europa, I think, have also found an off angle. This is the worst for Ritzy. They are caught between 2 of them. They need to fight on 2 fronts. It's really not going to look clean. Safe trying to turn around, trying to bolster the other angle. Aim God as well, looking to try and stay alive. He's on the road, looking to just send it away. Any survivor, that's what they're looking for. Get on through, get closer to the center. It's not going to be easy. An opener on towards Golden Guardians as they try and join in on the north side festivities. That is not good news for them, though, because the blue zone's putting pressure on, and that's a flush.
Well, I mean, for the Golden Guardians, I'm kind of not too bothered about it, right? But I quite like Golden Guardians as a team, but this game has been a shocker from them. I think there is no easy way around it. The way they played that early game and then have just swiped their way over towards the northeast, expecting a spot in the circle, I think they would have been much better off playing similarly to how Epsilon Axe has played this one out. Fully, and you know, you won't often hear me saying something like that, but I think that Epsilon Axe playing down towards Rozok was the right play. They didn't have a lot of information, so they get themselves over towards a spot where they can really observe the north side of the circle as much as possible, and it's kept them in this match. I think Golden Guardians way over ambitious or greedy almost, thinking they can even have a spot on this northeast side after coming in so late.
Ooh, Demon do get spotted though, and that is Point Man over towards the Golden Guardians, so potentially an opening. They are starting to move back down to the east side, and the res needs to come through. Demon under threat right now, because SWAT Europa are crashing in from the northwest side. They are fighting again on multiple fronts. Alpi could third party on towards this north side, but I think the Golden Guardians moving out east is probably the right decision. They are flying back in the face of what you were saying earlier, and hopefully trying to repair their reputation with you. On that rotate, try and take that fight, try and open up towards the riverside. Hatyara crew losing players on the crossing as well to TBSS, who just seem to keep moving on this tournament.
Yep, they are losing players, but this was the right choice. This is one of the few choices they had, which is to wrap back down and play downhill. They've lost a player for it, but that was always going to happen. For Golden Guardians, you come into the circle way too late. I think they got very caught up on that fight with 17-15, which seems to be happening frequently now. And it didn't look so bad before because the circle was always in play with where that fight was taking place. So Golden Guardians need to figure out how they're going to disengage with 17-15 early, because I don't see 17-15 changing up their playstyle around them, and that's Golden Guardians out.
And that is Boars breathing a sigh of relief yet again. As for one more match, they're able to hold on to their position, but how much further can they go? A big result here, if they're able to get up into the top 4, that would be brilliant. Getting a couple of elimination points, they will start to open that goal for the last 2 matches left to play, being a little bit tricky. But there's always that Rondo X factor that can come into play as we go into the next one. But the Boars at the moment on a point-scoring mission. Every single point does matter for them to just feel safer and safer as time goes on. And that's discounting the possibility that Boars just blast out on Rondo as well. But we'll refocus onto this match. Yara Crew trying to cross that 200-point threshold as well.
They're not doing a terrible job of it. They're trying to get further in. Some good shots from Loco, as per usual. Sort of to be expected at this point from this player. He is incredibly good at what he does.
Epsilon Axe with 1 player. They tried to get across, but weren't aware or didn't scout out the position from Yara Crew because they swam earlier. They swam across a lot earlier, and maybe they just didn't check the angles there. For Epsilon Axe, maybe a misstep on that. SWAT Europa trying to roll up to Alpi. It's not going super well, though, Blank. 2 of their players are down, or 3 of their players are down, and now it's just Andy Boy left standing for them. And Cappuccino wondering where he is. Where is this last guy? What's going on? The nade over the top.
Right.
The bounce is good, but it does a lot of damage to his own team as well. I think Cappuccino's just going to look for these flushes, and Andy Boy, you don't commit for this. Or do you? Okay. Because Team Demon are going to try and cross the ridgeline behind. Okay, he's going straight on over. Andy Boy loses his teammates. Andy Boy sends over the top. Tries to go slow on the rollout there. Takes a lot of damage and has to hit the deck. Position completely known.
Yeah.
And Cappuccino looking to take the opportunity to heal.
Kind of an amusing one where he's realizes the play's gone wrong. Just a little bit of a crouch walk out of there. But it does go down. God's Reborn actually finding those shots on side. Team Demon try to make their way in. I think this is one of Team Demon's highest placing games of all tournament, actually.
Definitely could be. Definitely could be. It's got to be up there. 6th place guaranteed to be locked in. Let's see if the Boars are going to prove a little bit of a hurdle too far. Vagnazada gets some healing done. Terminus is down, though, and so is Vagnazada. They are eliminated. 3 points total, Blank. So really not a big game. But fortunately, the teams chasing them also not on a big run. For TBSS, they're still trucking, though. They are still going here with 2 elims. They're looking to take a 2-1 split, or is it a 2-2 split, either side of the river. I kind of like this approach again.
Yeah, they've got a 2-1-1. Let's put it that way. They've got a player still over towards the western side and 2 players that will pretty much have regrouped now. So you got a 3-1 split at the moment. It is very ridiculous that we have a circle that is breaching back over towards Rozok. And I think the saddest thing about this is that Epsilon Axe thought they had to cross. They actually would have had an insane game if they just held on the south side.
Yeah, it would have been big. But they didn't cover their cross. They may have been trying to leave players behind. Or wrap back to it now. That Yara Crew spoiled that for them, though. Calais and Loco. The 2 big pumpers for the team. Trying to keep that damage pouring out, but Loco down, Calais very low. And there's the run out. Okay, TBSS get rid of the remnants of them. They're up to 4 elims. They can start to establish such a big baseline on this riverside. The banks of this river are fraught with danger as our teams try to conclude on the north. 3 teams remaining. GR trying to roll up. Team Demon, of course, losing a player earlier on and stepping into a 1v2 peak there. No answer found either. Mustang goes down. Gentleman can look to heal. TBSS not going to poke their noses in. Carlos is very, very low. This blue zone's going to hurt. Doesn't really have too much cover to play around, and there comes the shot. Threading the needle on through. Carlos falls, and now it's just 1 player for Team Demon. It's full 4 up and down on this cliffside to see who's going to close this one out.
It is not often that you actually get to control the majority of this bank. A lot of times you're playing from west to east or east to west in terms of where teams are. So the fact that TBSS is able to control pretty much all of this makes it quite difficult for God's Reborn should they have to come off the high ground. They get very lucky in terms of this circle heading back over towards that northern side. Though, to be honest, it was going to happen at some point. But right now for TBSS, they are very firmly in control of this game. It's going to be a bit of a waiting match, though. And likely stage 8 before anything even happens. Because TBSS, they don't have to push. Really, the responsibility is on the side of God's Reborn here on the high ground.
Long-range shot, and they find Ronin trying to move out to that east side. Could be Resible. Gentleman's trying to stop that. The break out wide. It's all on Tornado to suppress this position. And Blue able to stick out quite far on the silhouette against Tornado as well. I think it might just be out of render distance. No, they should be within render distance. So Tornado much more preoccupied with the flex out to the east side and might have let it slip a little bit. Albana takes a nade to the face, and TBSS letting it get away from them here.
Yeah, definitely a mistake from TBSS. I don't think Ronin had to move. Again, for them, they were pretty locked in towards some good spots on the map. The fact that they start I think they overthought their position there. You just have to hold and wait for stage 8. Don't have to do anything. So a little bit rough. And I think that, again, for TBSS, they're still learning. But that was definitely a clear mistake from their part.
Yeah, it's God's Reborn. Looking to sweep this one through. Just Tornado now left standing. Burns himself out. He's looking to deny the point. Think they might be able to tag it on. No, not quite quick enough on the hop around there to get that point. God's Reborn take the chicken dinner. And the stalemate in second place still stays standing. It is not secure, but the Boars are one step closer to making sure that they do not go out here and now with some fairly middling to poor results in that top bracket.
Yeah, and now we're getting to that stage today where, again, I have to remind people that if BuffBuff want to get first place, both these next 2 matches have to be chicken dinners, essentially. It's not even a case of they need to have 2 good games in the second place. They need 2 chicken dinners. So I do think right now, Yara crew pretty much secured themselves a first place spot. So fantastic news for them. For that second place, it's a little bit more daring in terms of Kodiak being able to catch up there. And there's still a lot of movement to be had around 4th to 7th place right now. So a lot can change in terms of that prize pool.
Absolutely. A lot of money on offer for them to see who's going to be able to shake that money tree and get those dollars falling into their pocket. But yeah, I mean, this third place standoff turned into a second place standoff over the course of today. I think that's sort of been the major unfolding storyline here. 19 points for God's Reborn, and they're kind of joining that standoff now with that match. I think they started this game on 103 points, right? So they are they're kind of quite far off of the Boars, but like within worrying distance, especially with a Rondo coming up. There are a lot of teams who could challenge the Boars with a big Rondo match.
Yeah, sweating distance is what we call it. Yeah, it's getting a little bit worrying for some of these squads, but here are top players from that match. Tika's here, I think, definitely does deserve a big shout out on the side of Alp Esports. 8 eliminations that game. He did really well for the squad. I think he was 8 out of the 9 or 10 elims they are able to grab. He was going kind of crazy this match.
Let's take a look at those overall standings. 19 points there. Yeah, 11 elims. So 8 of the 11 is very impressive coming through for TCAS. And there's 14 points total earned for that team, for Alpi, to be able to get those away. TBSS as well, 11 points. They have been just doing so well today and continue to be the most improved team that we've seen throughout this tournament. Real big fan of theirs. And probably will be bringing it up again. Ooh, okay. Golden Guardians with an entry here. QWERTY makes his way into 5th.
Yeah, I mean, QWERTY has been playing very well. That game for Golden Guardians, not so great, I would say. I think that they would also probably talk about how they're getting caught in this engagement in 17-15. And it's a little bit more on 17-15 because they consistently stick around. But at some point, if you're Golden Guardians, you just have to think to yourself, we just have to disengage. If that means wrapping towards the west, we have to wrap towards the west. I think for Boars, they should see that and then wrap away. But also you feel sorry for them a small amount. I don't completely forgive them for that game, but I do feel sorry for them that they have to flow into those 2 squads on that north side. But at some point, you got to take a look at what's happening and realize that you are the one who needs to change on that front if it's going to keep happening between 17-15 and Golden Guardians. And that was your last iron goal to really switch up there. But we head towards our second page, which, you know, we didn't get to talk too much about that first page. I don't think did you see the points? I didn't see the points.
I didn't screen grab them, but I think it was 122 points coming through from, I believe, Actually, I'm not sure who it was. 122 might have been. Yeah, they might be right at the back of the queue to try and jump up to the boars on 164. So yeah, the difference from, I think it was second place down to fifth was in fact 42 points, which with a Rondo coming up, and I can't emphasize this enough, this is the sort of game where you can see 30-point chicken dinners. Right, there is that potential waiting, lurking in the shadows for the boars, but that relies on the boars going down early, and they stay out of these hot drops. They play from stadium. I wouldn't be surprised if someone sends over to stadium with them and tries to ruin their day, especially if 17-15 are going to just drop on top of them and try and guard them out over the bridge like they did last time around, which was, I mean, still kind of baffling in that last game, but. That's how it goes, and they lost 2 players. Couldn't really get too much further.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Gods Reborn, this is the first game they drop away from Pachinki, and they're like, let's play over towards Rondo, get a much better game off the back of it. So, hey, maybe we should be doing this a little bit earlier. But no, for Gods Reborn, it's a tough one. I don't think they expected SWAT Europa to actually drop on them on that last match. I think that's very much out of the ordinary. I think they thought, we've won this engagement. They're not going to be doing this on day 3 shortly. Good stuff from Gods Reborn. I think that they've had a fairly good performance throughout the entirety of this tournament. Again, it was always a promising sign, if not an annoying sign, over in the knockouts where they were still doing well despite having so many hot drops. But they do pull some of that dogged behavior through into the finals, which is great to see. Super persistent team.
Absolutely. Great to see these improvements being made across the board, and hopefully with a chance to jump up into second place. There are 4 teams banging down that door to try and take that second place spot that the boars currently hold with a fairly significant margin. But with 2 more matches to play, can they hold on? We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with Rondo, a potential difference maker in those standings. We'll see you guys in a few. Our last Rondo is here, Blank. We only have one more chance to see those recall towers in action coming on through for our teams in play. It could be a huge shake-up on the tables. Big elim counts is what we see on Rondo. A big opportunity for the teams chasing for that second place spot to make a big dent. And a big chance for the Boars to try and make that impossible as well. Or it could just be a bit of a damp squib and nobody gets any points from the top of the table. We'll have to wait.
This could be the biggest game of all time, actually.
One of the games of all time.
It could be a legendary match. We don't know just yet, but I have a feeling that this could be one of the biggest games of all time. We'll get into it shortly, though, as we're going to be jumping over towards Rondo. Big points, big elims. Seems to be the way forward now. 100 plus seems to be happening all the time. That could shake things up. A lot of teams could profit. We're going to switch things up on the leaderboard right at the end of the day to make it a little bit more difficult to figure out who's going to be in third place.
Absolutely. I mean, third place is still an ongoing battle, and these outside chances at second may have sort of taken over the storylines here. But yeah, you're right. That third place podium is what we were all talking about. Obviously, Kodiak were a highly predicted team coming into these finals. People were looking at them and thinking, you know, they had such a solid performance during the knockout stages earlier on. They really didn't quite bring it in the first few days, but today they've had a couple more successful runs. Obviously, again, one of the closest contenders for that second place spot against the Boars as well. So are they going to round out the top three? Are they going to be in the top two? This Rondo, I mean, it really, I'm really interested to see who gets the big hot drop elim count here.
Yeah, because it could be an important team, right? I think for Hot Yara Crew, you're done, right? You're first place, I'm pretty sure. It's going to require something quite monumental from the Boars. It's going to require basically a big Rondo match from the Boars, right? By big Rondo match, I mean like a 30-pointer to even have a chance at the end of the day to catch up. But I'm already counting that out. I think I'm already counting that out here going into match 17. I'm pretty sure that for the guys over on Hot Yara Crew, they have done enough now to stay in first place, grab themselves $6,000 and head through towards PMGO. The Boars, is a matter of, you know, not letting anyone else challenge them on that second place at this point.
Yeah, they just need to play a defensive game. I mean, they like to drop Stadium on Rondo. It's a little bit far away from our single plane path, but single plane path goes very close to both Yulin and Neox Factory. We'll see who ends up going where. Keeping our eyes peeled for those chasing teams. Yara Crew down to Rinjiang. They played this before on the south side, not getting stuck in. They're also another team not going for it. Boars are going. Boars are going for Neox. Blank, they're going in. So are Kodiak. They want some points to try and defend their position. I mean, all right, a switch up now at this point kind of makes sense to... Oh, no, hang on a minute. They're not going.
Yeah, you've lied to me.
Snowick, wait, some of them are going. Okay, some of them are going. I've half lied to you. I've 50% done a fib.
Of course, it's some of them going. 3 players going into Neox. You always want that other player to head out. But it is Memodel and Terminus heading towards Bamboo right now. Both players wanting the same spot. Terminus is down, I think, a little bit earlier than Memodel. Cherry, Mortem, Shoom finds the first couple of shots over towards Far Voice Gaming. And we're on board with Samatana.
Yeah, he's been brought back for Venturi Morton. They've already had to fall back to their outpost. Points being earned thick and fast. Far Voice Gaming getting a whole heap of them. Gods Reborn as well. Again, one of those teams that has a little bit of a chance to get it done. The Boars have taken a knock as well. I think that is one of their players on the inside of Neox Factory on the hot drop coming on through. Unlikely that they get that one back up, but they can get that recall going fairly quickly. Memodal was allowed to have the area near Bamboo, and Terminus is flexed back out towards Stadium, where the Boars like to drop. And leaving 2 of their players there. I mean, when you know that you're going to Stadium anyway, you might as well try your hand at getting a point or 2 on board. Did they get the res coming on through on the inside? They did. Okay, so Robs and Vagnazada still in the team deathmatch inside Neox Factory.
Yeah, I think Snowick's got brought up almost instantaneously. And it just hadn't quite updated on our tower on our end. It's fine. Haven't had the full swing on that one. It is really sad that he goes down there.
Yeah, so somehow makes it work. Golden Guardians trying to rack up points as well, but it's only Gods Reborn really who are chasing to find it. Wagnazada, one, looks for the other as well. Havoc cannot take him down around the corner. The Boars are earning points. That's 2 added to their tally already, Blank. Wagnazada has got a first aid. Kodiak are looking to try and slow him down. And of course, they still have the recall over towards Stadium. Wagnazada gets the heal off, has got some stims as well, might look to pop them, but the nade in hand is a little bit more tempting for him. Havoc on the upstairs, going to draw the attention from Kodiak, and they will start to push on through, grabbing those crates, and now the Borzers too. They've regrouped, and Robson Wagnazada could face down against Kodiak. A metaphorical battle for second place right now, as Robson Wagnazada wants to find the opener. A nade in, watching for the corner. It goes long. They were clearing out that angle. Not have to worry about it anymore. Now they can clear the door frame. Another nade for Wagnazada. That looks good. Finds the first. It bursts underneath him. Takes him down, but there's a 1-for-1 trade. Wagnazada has more to say about it, though. He just about falls, and Kodiak hold their nerve. But it was pretty close by there. That's 2 more points added to Kodiak, though. And the Boars will have to regroup here.
Man, that's sad. Almost was a crazy play from Wagnazada. Luckily for Kodiak, they actually make a very good call. Send one player on the outside to basically backstab. If that didn't happen, then that could have looked very bad for Kodiak. Going down almost instantaneously at the start of the game. Wagnazada certainly puts on a good show. It's sad we're not going to the old days of yore, though, where Robs was kind of that shotgun king.
Deathmatch scenarios, strong shotguns can really make a difference. Crazy. Trying to hold down the angle for his teammate. Allende Boy also being a bit of a mosquito in this one, but Mitsa able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Can they get these flushes over towards SWAT Europa to grab these points? Oh, okay. A big volley of points added to the Golden Guardians tally there. You see they're up to 3 eliminations now. Mitsa with a nade over towards the Allende Boy and stays alive. Epsilon Hacks not getting stuck in here as this hot drop keeps unfolding. Allende Boy with the vault in, now looking to keep his teammates alive. Mitsa is really giving them a good go here, but he will fall down. The off angle finally comes into play, and Epsilon Axe move on through. Now Oscuro needs to try and hold strong.
Yeah, it took a little bit long there for SWAT Europa to finish off that final player from Team Raid, and that gave a lot of time for Epsilon Axe to come in. But what a cheeky angle there from Oscuro. Gets out the window, finds the player on the top floor. Oh, I think he would have been fine if he just committed the first aid kit. I think he gets spooked there. Understandable, though. Completely understandable.
SWAT Europa do have Eclipse on a recall tower, so they will be getting back up to 4. You can see, yeah, they're almost immediately back up and in action. The Boars sent Snowix down. He was their recall anchor in Stadium. He was looting through there the whole time. They were scrapping it out in Neox. Now, the 3 players up in the north side for the Boars who are still looting through the remnants of Stadium are going to try and regroup on towards Snowix, who is now central, just southwest of Yulin. In this zone, but they don't have super long to get there. Other teams will start to get involved, get in and amongst it on that area.
Snowix, yeah, started really early, went down towards that south side, created an anchor for them, and then the rest of the team's going to move on top of that one. Rinjiang around this big old stretch of water. You kind of get crunched in a little bit there for Yara crew, but I think they've had a lot of time to set up around here, a lot of time to gather that information, so they should be just fine. Kodiak was also very quick to rotate, John. They were able to get themselves over on the eastern edge, but most of the fighting has died down. I think this is probably one of our most quiet rondos, actually, at the beginning.
I think you might be right. I mean, we normally see teams still stuck in fights now at this stage, but we are sort of fairly free into a rotational period on this one, which, yeah, does indicate that our teams will have sort of calmed down a little bit. You can see 64 players are alive, meaning that there have been no sticking casualties onto this one, not just yet. I think this is 34 eliminations so far earned on the tables, but it's fairly flat. And a lot of the teams chasing have very similar elimination counts, right? The Boars on 2, Gods Reborn on 4, 3 and 3 for Kodiak and Golden Guardians. No big standouts at the early phase.
It's very quiet. And again, sort of makes sense as well, because for everyone fighting on this table, you don't want to give any one team too many points, right? I think at this stage, you'd rather keep things fairly locked in place. And the only teams that are really going to battle out for those more points is where it absolutely counts. Like Golden Guardians, like Kodiak, like Boars. Those were sort of the teams that did go for the quick engagements. It's just funnily enough that Kodiak and Boars sort of only find one another. They're like, oh, it's only us going for this, I guess. So pretty much just cancelled it out.
It's the first time we saw Boars send in hot drop representatives to that one. Okay, the Rinjang position for Hatyara crew just got a little bit unstuck by that circle. Hard southeast shift on this one. That water will be a boundary to the teams on the northwest side, like Ritzy, like Gods Reborn, but they're looking to get past it nice and early. TBSS as well are very close by to this one, and getting down towards Hongshan might be the port of call for a lot of our teams, although getting in towards the areas in Hongshan, that is very, very dangerous, because you're basically on full surround by everybody in this LTPT. Gods Reborn starting to move in to one of those areas to the north of Hongshan. And, yeah, a flat basin in the middle of this one, so very, very dangerous to go all the way in and commit.
So it's funny on this circle because it's actually really, really difficult to play on the rotate in. Once you're in, it's sort of fine. PSS here, currently going up against Gods Reborn. Not doing terribly. This gentleman will see over towards Ronin, gets one S12K shot off, but the rest of Gods Reborn are now in. It's Ronin alone with no help from his teammates. Will go down. But as I was saying, it's a difficult circle to work with because if you want to rotate in on the western side, there's a few bridges. It's very specific areas you need to rotate in from. So most teams have to come in from the north or the east. Wrapping south, also kind of hard with how much of a shift this was down towards the south side anyway. Hongshan can hold up to 3 or 4 teams in that area. Incredible that this is so central too, John, on that side of the map. I don't think I've seen Hongshan as central as this before.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. I mean, the crossroads of Hongshan is... yeah, it's pretty nasty, I think. But being in there isn't a guarantee of survival. I mean, it's very, very dangerous to try and leave it. And we're only in stage 2. It very much could go to any area of this one. Hatyara crew in a really, really well-defended position right now on the western side. They've got brilliant oversight towards the north approach with that water barrier in front of them. They've got oversight across anybody trying to move in from the west side. I mean, this is all pretty great. Ritzy trying to take the fight, trying to go toe-to-toe right now with Gods Reborn. Gods Reborn up on 8 eliminations, Blank. This is what I was talking about with Rondo. It can sort of all start to pop off out of nowhere. And Ritzy wanted to try and slow them down, but so far not been able to do so successfully.
Gods Reborn, this means a whole lot for them. They're currently in 4th place, looking to challenge out in 3rd, and 8 eliminations is a whole lot of points to grab.
Oh.
A potential of 4 more here, John, which will put them up towards 12.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible stuff at 11 minutes into the game.
Right now, they have thrown down the gauntlet. This is their opportunity, right? This is exactly what we were waiting for on a Rondo. For Gods Reborn, they are on the north side here. They are in Blank, and their circle helps them out as well. Look at that shift going all the way up north. They are now slap bang in the center. The teams in Hongshan are going to find it really difficult to move up, and that includes the Boars. They can stay put for a little while longer, but Rain are going to start to move in around them. TBSS, who have managed to get up as full 4, are going to control that north side, and Hatyara crew have a bit of a lockdown on the west edge as well.
Kind of amusing for Gods Reborn. They clear out this compound thinking, you know what, we need more points. More points is what we're looking for, and inadvertently clear out the now central compound on the map. It's all working out very well for them. Smelling a lot like roses this game. Kodiak, on the other hand, not so much. This is very much a difficult position to play, and Kodiak likely now down to just 1 player in Frizzo. Luckily, it is their best player on the day alive, hoping to keep the dreams alive here for the squad, but that's bad news for Kodiak. Really bad news with Gods Reborn currently knocking on their door.
Going for the recall. Frizio moving out to the northwest. There is one within striking distance at stage 3. It's still very possible for them to get those recalls. Still a couple minutes for those recall towers to be active. And they'll have to fly in from that northern side. The question is, where do they go, though? Because they're going to, I think, just have to go for the fight again against Team Demon as they move on southward.
Yeah, for Team Demon definitely in their way. And we're back in. And not only that, but dropping back in with pretty limited loot gear. Having to resort all of that it's a very, very
vehicles too.
Long haul. Yeah, vehicles is a big deal. So for Kodiak, super diminished in terms of capability in this match, but getting back up to a 4 is pretty much the aim of the game right now. That's the first step.
But Gods Reborn at the forefront of my mind right now, on 144 points to Boar's current 166. They are 22 points behind on this game, with the potential to just keep putting dents in this one. Boars, this is what I was worried about for teams entering Hongshan, right? Is they're going to find it difficult to leave. How long will it take before teams start to fall around them right now? Because they need to survive late, start adding those placement points, because it is now in the point where every point really matters for them. They need to keep this pace going. During the previous stages, they were able to get 160 points over 2 days. Right now, they're getting towards the end of 1 day, and it's not going well. Yeah, okay. Kodiak do try and go for the fight again. He's just going to have to leave once more. Last player. Yeah, he's not getting his team back up. Not this time. Will just take too long. Gets out of dodge, and Demon are happy for the point delivery.
And they are. That's kind of what we expected to see happen.
TBSS?
It's another TBSS game, potentially. I didn't mind teams going over towards Hongshan. It was extremely central off the back of a massively southern shift into a massively northern shift. I don't think you can really predict that. And I think that playing Hongshan here is not a horrible decision if you can get there early enough, which Boars definitely could. Takimi finding shots over towards that Yara crew. Frizzo is out, and so is Kodiak, opening up the gateway now. 4 squads underneath them, particularly Gods Reborn.
That Yara crew locking horns right now. The battle of the red logos with Cherry Mortar. Loco moving into position, looking to try and get the res onto Calais. Needs to have his teammates holding down the angle, and AZM is ready for it. Ready for the fight. Looks for the knock and gets the flush as well. AZM now trying to stymie Lazzy as he moves on forwards from the position that Yara crew have been holding for a while. The nade on in blasts him back. Needs to get in before the bullets find their way over to him, and AZM has to hold the line. The reses haven't come through yet for Yara crew. They're just trying to go into this fight raw, and Calais will go down fully. The flush comes in, and in plows Rain from the south side. This is nasty news for Yara crew. Sure, they're really not too worried about what's going on, but on the tables, but they don't want to go out like this on the Rondo. AZM steps in and is now the last to stand for them. They will lose another. As Loco, the last to stand. Hang on a minute, where's Rain? And now here's Boars. Okay, this is a big pickup for the Boars to rotate out this fast.
Yeah, there's loads of eliminations to be found here. Quick Smoke goes down. Snowix knows, absolutely knows, and Loco will have to go for something a little bit crazy. Goes extremely low here now. Molotov through the top windows could be not a bad idea, but a good guess. A great guess, in fact, coming from Robs on the corner. Now looking to take down Team Rain as well. This team does need points. We said they needed a ginormous match here, and this might just be the beginning of it. Though Havoc also are now looking to make a name for themselves on the southeast side.
In the meantime, blank TBSS gave ground to Alpi on the east side of their area. Golden Guardians actually taking up position around that recall tower. I think they just missed out on being able to activate it and get back to 4. Potentially have someone in the sky. We'll have to wait and see if they are playing back up as 4. But time is ticking away, and that north side is starting to settle. All the meanwhile, though, Boars are moving up the rankings. They were able to add another point to their tally. Rain could slow that down, could slow their progress, or they could deliver points that will keep the Boars alive in their second place scenario. Bully with a nade up top. Look at her try and plant it at Robs' feet. Will not find it, and Anna falls in the back line. Now with one more player, Rain may have delivered 3 more points to the Boars.
One more good air burst, all it takes. That goes a little bit far there. It was an amazing nade coming through from Snowix, but now Boars do need to look behind them because it is Havoc being a bit of a problem, but Robs will send another blinder their way. And finds a good one to start things off.
Gods Reborn have been quiet for a while now. They're up to 13. They were able to find a point from somewhere, but it's up to the Boars now with switching that focus away from the chasers and to the chased. They are looking to put some distance between them God's Reborn behind them on the tables. Spray downs, the flex out. Boars trying to play the hillside, but Rain will just have a little bit more staying power than maybe they bargained for. First knock goes over to Terminus, and the Boars now starting to overwhelm the position, starting to add those points in. Bully, the last to stand. Robs is in danger there and goes down to the shotgun. 2 players now down for the Boars. 4 eliminations found. Anna is a 5th that's bleeding out the back line, but it would be too little for them to be safe against God's Reborn. They do pick it up, and that is another point added. Another team down. The placements are just around the corner too.
The thing with that is, I think it was completely unnecessary from Robs to make that push. I understand why they did that, though. They want to conclude this fight as quickly as possible. They know they've got more teams trying to assault this location, so they want to get as many players down as possible from positions they know are going to be a bit of a problem later on. So they go down to 3 here, 6 eliminations, but that just ties them equal with Hat and Yara crew, so they need to look for more. Like I said, it requires 2 massive chicken dinners here for Boars to even think about getting a first place, but the name of the game is not the first place for them right now. The name of the game is getting further ahead of 3rd, and with Kodiak going down early here, it's looking a lot more promising for them going through to PMGO, which I do think would have been a massive upset.
Definitely would do. They are fighting for it. They're trying to show just why they deserve that spot. Nothing is given. Everything needs to be earned. Havoc looking to try and slow Epsilon Axe, who were the last to flex out from Hongshan, and actually might be the ultimate edge guarders on this position. Out to the side, Wings will fall down last, and Epsilon Axe with a full 4 guard against the Boars. 3 players on the Boars side now, and they are trapped on in. It is a fight against Epsilon. When do they choose to go for it, though? Because they've got this high ground. They're looking at shots towards the north. Pick up some more points. They're on 7 now.
Yeah, they're in a great position. I mean, as a 3, it's a little bit more diminished, right, in terms of staying power on this hillside. But they're also locked in. They are absolutely locked in. Barring crossing the water, they have to play here or get rid of Epsilon Axe. And Epsilon Axe hasn't always had the best track record throughout the entirety of this finals. But as a 4 versus 3, where they know exactly where they're coming from, it looks a little bit more promising. God's Reborn will take down yet another team, putting their total up to 15 eliminations on this match.
So far, they still have a little bit more to go. 7 teams now remain as Golden Guardians really suffering on the inside here, trying to make their way through. I mean, God's Reborn, I feel like they are in a game-winning position here, Blank. They are now looking at a 2-1-1 split. They're navigating the open ground between these 2 skirmish areas. The south that is so linearized by the water and this settlement, this urban environment. The nades are being traded back and forth. TBSS giving ground, I think, is one of the best decisions they've made so far this game. And they continue to impress with their rotational skills. They haven't managed to get too many points for it, Blank, but it's impressive nonetheless.
I mean, that's sort of how TBSS plays, right? Is that every single match, I think they're just looking to get further into these games. It's more experience. I think they understand that it's not likely they're getting into a 2nd place. These are some great nades from Team Demon, by the way. Oh my god.
Golden Guardians want some of that as well, but they're denied. These nades just keep on barreling over the top. Those silos not keeping them safe. Just Tikas now remains, and he's in the blue zone. Shots from the off angle. TBSS starting to marshal their forces forwards. They see this Elim feed lighting up, and they know they have a little bit more flexibility. Team Demon have been devilish to all of these teams around them, and the fight on the southwest is popping off too. Boars just cleared out Epsilon Axe Blank. They've given themselves a little bit of headroom to move around. They're up to 9 elims, and with God's Reborn on 18 elims, they do need to keep this one surviving. It is so down to the wire. Top 5 now with 9 elims. They are keeping going. Not quite at pace with God's Reborn, but still in this one, tenacious as ever.
They just need to stay barely ahead. That's it. That's the only difference between them going to PMGO and not. For God's Reborn, this is a bit of a sprint towards the end of the day from them. A last hurrah. God's Reborn definitely maybe kicking themselves a little bit because they were assisting the Boars finishing that engagement versus Epsilon Axe. They took a lot of shots over towards them, took them out. Not something you can figure out on the fly, though, unfortunately. So you take what you can get. They did get some points off the back of it. Yeah, for Boars, ideally a 3rd place here.
I'd like to see it. They're up into 4th guaranteed. I mean, this is Really nasty stuff. Right now, the points differential sits at 9 points earned from Gods Reborn on this game against the Boars tally, right? With those 18 elims. It is just a question of these placements and more elims to be found. Still around the corner. 18 on the cards is absolutely incredible already, Blank, with 4 teams remaining, a potential of 10 more elims in the lobby for them if they're able to isolate these fights. I mean, this could be a record-breaking Rondo, and at such an important moment. But if Team Demon are going to keep lighting things up, they might be able to take some of these points away. And they're on 11 elims themselves. They'd love to get stuck in. One of the latest finishes for them as well, already in a 4th place with a huge points game.
Yeah, getting slightly better as time goes on, but there's one of the points taken away, and our hopes at the 40-point game is being dashed in front of our eyes right now.
Boars moving Snowix forwards. Robs moving in behind him now under cover of Anglazada. They know Gods Reborn are moving, and actually... Ooh, okay, Gentleman might be in a pretty important position here. I don't think he quite has angle over towards the forward spot for the Boars as they regroup around the northern side of this lake.
That's the best thing he can do here. Kashi actually takes a massive hit. I don't know where from. Rob's waiting for this loot crate to drop down. Hopefully something good inside that they can work with. TBSS just lining up. I think most of the guns are pointing their way. See if Gods Reborn can finish strong. Get themselves a chicken dinner on this one. Or can Boars clean it out with just the 3 they have and really solidify their 2nd place?
I mean, we said this Rondo could be exciting. Blank. It's delivering. With an 18 elim game guaranteed for Gods Reborn. They have 4 players. They've got a high ground on the east side. They have oversight onto all of the Boars maneuvers as well. The circle keeps them in just on that high ground. They'll want to extend their influence. It's going to remove the high ground position for Vagnazada as well. He's going to have to leave from that mountain and flow in with the rest of them. Can he get the value whilst it's still there? A nade over towards Azer as well. They want to rack up 20 elims early. And Gods Reborn are in a great position to do so. If they move out and flex on the north, they might just be able to get it done. 10 elims for the Boars, 19 for Gods Reborn. This is the Boars giving the lobby as good as they get on this time around, but this could be a massive difference maker. He's looking for the flush. He's able to find it, and now Gods Reborn are playing on as 3. TBSS can start to move in as they're more preoccupied with Eurozada, who could have just played spoiler to the Gods Reborn ascension.
In a big way. Losing 1 player here is a really massive deal, especially when you want to silhouette across this hillside. You need as many guns pointing at the enemy as possible, and now they just lost 1 of them. It's a massive deal for Gods Reborn, and TBSS looking to close out a game after being pipped to the post so many times today at that chicken dinner.
1 elim for TBSS. They are not happy. Vagnazada making the move, and Gods Reborn not able to land the shots just yet. Going very, very low. There's the answer. Where did that come from? All right, Snowix is able to land the shots, and that takes a helmet off of Gods Reborn as well. With Vagnazada regrouped, he can get the healing, and that was their opportunity to really stop the Boars. Robs and Snowix now moving forwards over towards TBSS. With 4 players on side, that's a lot of points to be earned for either team that can take them down.
Oh, hello. Back away from that one. Good shot from Gentleman over towards Tornado, though, as that sticky bomb did push him out of position. Now the nades are starting to flow over the top, and TBSS are losing steam towards this endgame. Very important that Snorix got that knock over towards XYZ, by the way. If that didn't happen, then Vagnazada certainly goes down. He was on the barest amount of HP.
And it also removes those sightlines, right? Whilst they have 1 player knocked, 1 player sticking the res. They have so much more freedom to move, and they've used that really, really well to their advantage. With 10 elims and a 3rd place guaranteed, Boars Gaming are putting in the effort to stay alive in 2nd place. Albana just about ducking behind that. The circle moves away from Gods Reborn. This is their time. They need to make it down, and they need to do so successfully to transition away, because the Boars have the lineup right now. They have full broadside on this circle.
Good stuff from Robs. Knows he has to back away from there. They've been keeping tabs over towards Gods Reborn. They realize that TBSS is being very passive in their approach. The big problem is this team. Gods Reborn on this high ground who have to come off of it. Everyone else is going to sit still, sit pretty, Another kind of interesting maneuver coming through from Albana. I know what he's trying to do, trying to create a little ditch there with the nade, but with this angle on the high ground, it's not enough of protection.
Low ammo count as well for XYZ. Probably moving over to Kashi to get a resupply. No, okay. They're just going to try and divvy it up. They're waiting for peaks now. Oh, this is so galling for the Gods Reborn. What a massive run on this game for them. But the Boars are still alive. And with 10 elims blank, they're pretty much locking in, assuming that TBSS go down next. A pretty quite slow roll up there, and the front bumper emerging through the smoke takes them out. They're up to 23 elims. They've made a 13-point profit right now. 3 more points would be a 16 points plus the 4 extra for second to first. They could put a big dent in, but it's so far diminished from what it could have been if the Boars had gone down earlier, if they weren't able to win that conflict on the Southwest.
Yeah, I mean, Boars have put in a massive amount of work this game. You've got to give them credit for that, but 23 eliminations for Gods Reborn. It is an incredible match so far for them, but like you say, the wind has been pulled out of the sails somewhat here for Gods Reborn. See how they play this endgame. Right now, it's a small amount, but there is still quite a bit of water in here. But this bank just makes it so hard for Gods Reborn to win. It's a hard game to lose for Boars, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Which is, I mean, imagine having a 23 elim second place and you're like, yeah, we've put a massive dent in the gap. No, you haven't. Because there is just that little problem of the fact that the Boars are potentially going to be the ones to take you down, but they'll give it a go. They've been on the warpath. Can they find an open? A nades over the top from Gods Reborn. Looking to try and close it down. Smoke's playing close to the riverbank. I like this coming on through. And Gods Reborn have taken a lot of damage. Gentlemen, very, very low. Still very much under threat. Rob's not standing up just yet. The nades being cooked from Boars, not quite finding the mark. Can they get the healing off? There's still more nades. They're barreling down the hillside, and Gentleman does get the heal off. They are closer now, but the blue zone marches forwards. Rob's is being so quiet, so sneaky, waiting for the time to strike, and there it is. 1 for 1 on the trade. Doesn't manage to find a second, but he takes another very, very low. That nade is there. Stoic steps up, can't quite find the trade. Moving forwards, they need to keep it going. Kashi and XYZ will lose one more, and now it's all up to XYZ. The car blasted out of the way. There's no helmet, and the Boars take them down. Gods Reborn denied access to the top 2.
It's a critical moment there for the Boars. They needed that win so badly. But very well played from that south side, taking their time, rotating onto the bank, understanding that that is going to give them a huge amount of space to work around with. They cleared the right sides. They pulled away from TBSS when they knew that Gods Reborn was going to have some time getting down on the east, but they wanted to clear that area first, make sure they didn't wrap on that side. It's a very well played game from Boars. That it has to be stated. The 3 guys here from Rob, Snowworks, as well as Wagnerzada. What an incredible game from these 3.
23 points on that match, Blank. They were able to earn 13 elims at the end of that match. Really, really solid result for them. That's going to put them actually pretty close to Hatyara crew, all things considered, off of that game. You said they needed back-to-back chicken dinners. They start off with 1. I mean, for Gods Reborn, though, what an unfortunate circle setup as well. They had such a brilliant high ground on the east side, and they're chasing it down. But that goalpost just keeps on moving away, and the Boars, I mean, it was the only way. It was the only way that they kept Gods Reborn out of there.
Yeah, I mean, for Gods Reborn, they were having such a good game. They lose 1 player. It was really down to the wire. If Snowick doesn't assist on Wagnerzada's swing round, all right, and find that knockout or XYZ and Wagnerzada goes down, very different game. Very, very different game.
Yeah, 29 points earned, though, still. That point swing could have been so huge as well, because, I mean, just from going first to second, if you're talking about their relative place on the standings, that is an 8-point swing just for winning that final fight. When you include those elims, that comes out to being, I think, yeah, 20-point swing potential. No, that's way over. That's way over egging it. But yeah, a sort of 15-point swing between those 2 teams potentially could have come through based on that. And the gap between them really isn't that big. really, really is not that big when it comes to the gap that's left. Boar's obviously getting pretty hefty heap of points, though. And the fact that you're only able to put a dent of 6 points in between Gods Reborn off a game like that and the Boar's gaming bubble. Oh man, that is shocking. That is shocking.
Yeah, it is sad. It is very, very sad for Gods Reborn, because what an effort they put in. But what I will say, John, is that although it is a little bit sad catching up that much to second place, people aren't really going to be catching up to you in third either. So I think you can be quite happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on the prize, sure, but maybe some contentment with what you've got. There's still one more game to play. And if Gods Reborn are able to do it again on Miramar, then maybe. But that chance now is just a glint in their eye to be able to find it. 29 points, a 6-point profit over Boars. Yeah, that's really nasty stuff.
Yeah, it's sad to see. I mean, going towards that end of the game and finding that it's Boars that you're going up against, nightmare, absolute nightmare. Could have been a 33-pointer. 23 elims is the most we've seen this entire tournament as well, from start to finish. So a huge game from Gods Reborn, a really gargantuan effort, stymied by the absolute reluctance from Boars to fall down the tables. They do not want to let anyone go to the PMGO other than themselves right now. Again, for Boars Gaming, this is more of a reputation thing at this point in time. I think everyone that looked at them going into this one, like, this team should go to PMGO, not I want them to go to PMGO. So I'm glad that they're able to hold on right at the end here, but it is definitely sad for Gods Reborn.
Yeah, the question, it was really at the start, who's going to PMGO with the Boars, right? That was sort of the framing of this one. But yeah, they've been through it. They've been through the ringer. And to be fair, Yara Crew just did something absolutely insane in day one and the start of day two. Since then, they have just sort of been chugging along, just about over doubling their total points at the end of day one over the next 2 days. So definitely taking a back seat in terms of the firepower moving on in. But with that last match as well, Vaknazada is up for the challenge. He's stepped up to the damage metrics of Loco, so it is going to be down to this last match. Well, depending on how heavily knockouts are weighed, because Loco does have a significant margin more. Gods Reborn, 151. Boars Gaming started the match on 164. That would be so close if Boars hadn't also went 23 points.
Yeah, but still 11 points ahead of Kodiak. They are 16 points ahead of Golden Guardian. It's a good game to finish things out and close it down in third place on our final match of the day. Right now for Boars, they are quite a few points behind Yara Crew. Right, we are looking at 21 points that they would need to profit on this next match, just to see themselves even. So I think, whilst possible, I did just ask for Boars to get 2 chicken dinners in a row. They started with 1. How likely is it for them to get a second? I would say not super likely.
Well, stranger things have happened. I mean, Gods Reborn could also still jump that gap if they're lucky, if they're able to find a massive game and the boards go down very, very early. If you're Gods Reborn, do you hot drop Boars in this scenario? You put quite a distance between you and fourth place. I mean, it's not comfortable,
no,
but
you do
it's
not.
your chance at qualifying. You know, it's your one chance at going for it. Do you take that opportunity and hot drop?
They're too far away. They are honestly too far away. Like, they can't catch up, I don't think, right now. They're way too far behind. They would have had to, basically Boars would have had to just lose that last match, and for them to get a 33-point game, then maybe then it would be possible. But right now it is just third place for them.
I mean, you're probably right. They They were 42 points behind at the start of that last match. They profited 6 points. So yeah, they're going to be 36 points difference. So 26 Elim chicken dinner. And that's only a draw. So 27 Elim chicken dinner. That's what they're going to have to try and go for. Probably not possible. The Boars are happy. We'll see you guys for our final match, Miramar, to see just how far our teams can go. And if something crazier could happen. We'll have to wait for a few minutes. We've got some highlights first. We'll see you guys there. I mean, that is such an important final battle from that highlight reel. Goodness me. It's so important plays coming through. The fact that the Boars were even able to get out of the southwest side of that circle as well, Blank, from where they were playing up on that high ground, locked in with Epsilon Axe, with Yara crew, with I think Havoc as well, as Rain. All of those teams were fighting in that area, and they come through with 3. They're able to land that crazy shot from SnowX up to XYZ, and they kind of have sealed the deal here.
It's a sad one as well, because Gods Reborn actually helped Boars during that, where they're assisting on that engagement between them and Epsilon Axe. But what can you do? You can't know these things for certain, right? In the moment, for Gods Reborn, for them, it's like that's kills we can steal. Those are eliminations we can grab for ourselves. So I do feel for him, but there's so many little things that could have changed the course of that game. In the end, Boars just played better. They just played better. They understood the circle better. And for Gods Reborn, they kind of just peter out from there onwards. But we are heading in towards our final match now. We did crunch some numbers behind the scenes. I think we were saying it's a 22-point game that Boars would need, and for Yara to get 0. They would win the tiebreaker, because to get a 22-point game, you sort of need the chicken dinner. You could get a 16 elimmer, but that's not very often you see that on Miramar. Very, very rare. I think the last time we saw that was from which team was it, John?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where they were on the high ground. De Muerte, was it?
I think it was De Muerte who got themselves a 27 elim game. I think was probably the most insane match of all time.
Pretty close to it. I mean, from a single team, sure. I think most insane match of all time probably is the London Grand Finals of PMGC. The final match. That's probably the most insane game of all time, I think it's safe to say. The East Island finish with a 1-point difference for the title. That was pretty nuts. But yeah, I think for a single game performance, De Muerte with those high ground positions was crazy. Was Wagner's Ardor on that roster?
I don't think so. I think it was like Freezer and all that. From way back when. I'm pretty sure it was Freezer who was super talented. What happened to him, man?
Yeah, well, he's not in this tournament. Maybe he's in a different region. I have to double check. But we have to refocus in on this one. The Boars with an opportunity, as you say, to take this one early.
Brute force. It wasn't De Muerte. Apologies.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. That makes so much more sense. Was Wagner's Ardor on brute force?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I think.
Don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. But still, yeah, let's move on from that because at the moment it's the Boars looking to try and hold their second as well as push towards first. It's more than likely they've done enough to hold their second place. I mean, unless Gods Reborn do get just like the most insane game, as we were talking about before, right? They do need a 28 elim chicken dinner for Boars to get 0 points. And actually, no, I think they might need a 29-point chicken dinner or something like that. Yeah, so pretty much done and dusted there, which is so unfortunate, given what could have been back-to-back chicken dinner from Gods Reborn.
Yeah, it would have been awesome. Would have been absolutely awesome, but not meant to be. We are heading down towards the southeast side of the map in a very big way. Hayaraku actually starting over towards Hacienda, which is a little bit different from... Wait a minute. Or starting in Impala.
The plane path was fairly east-leaning, right? So I think that's probably why we're seeing these readjustments coming through.
Yeah, but Hayaraku usually plays down towards Impala. You think Boars are actually trying to hot drop them?
Ooh. Okay, interesting. Maybe.
Okay.
That could be.
I mean, it works out really well for Boars. Not so great for Hayaraku. I mean, they avoid the hot drop, but they give one of the best positions in this circle away to Boars Gaming.
If I'm Gods Reborn though, I'm pulling a Kodiak. I am just going for fights right now. 151. They're only 11 points ahead of Kodiak themselves, and could potentially lose out on that third place cash. That's a $500 difference, right, between those two. But with the potential upside in the longest of shots to jump up into second, get $4,000 over the $2,450 for third place, and get that qualification spot. If I'm Gods Reborn, I feel like this is the choice. This is the sort of choice you make. Do you just go for it and try and qualify? How many more times are you going to have this opportunity?
Yeah, you just got to give it a go. Go for the old Kodiak Erangel special. First circle already closing in. Get deeper and deeper into this final match of the PMGO Western Europe Finals, which has been a treat to watch. It's been really fun. It's definitely been a pleasure to be here. I hope everyone who's been watching and following has also enjoyed it just as much as we have. Obviously, it has been a little bit lopsided in terms of the score lines, where we sort of knew who was winning in day one. But regardless, it's been a really, really fun time to watch. So I hope everyone who has tuned in has enjoyed themselves. We appreciate you being here. Western Europe, very cool region. We're always producing new talent all the time, I would say. I mean, TBSS is a great example. Is that, you know, I don't think they're in for a top 5, but what they certainly are in for is a return. I would love to see this team come back, you know, work on it in the meantime. Similar to Golden Guardians. I mean, Golden Guardians also a super cool team. I haven't liked some of their plays, but majority of the time really good. But a lot of players that I'm not massively familiar with, which is sick. Same for Kodiak. I think Kodiak has a huge amount of potential in the future. They better stay together, okay? They better stay together.
Yeah, there's definitely some potential there. They did have a little bit of a faltering though earlier on, and you just sort of think, you know, if day one, a bit of day two as well, was a little bit brighter for them, this is a team that's challenging Boars right now, right? They are 47 points behind. They definitely could have picked those points up over the 2 days if you improve the results that they were seeing. The fact that they're up here in 4th right now is also, you know, just goes to show how much they've been able to pick up the pace moving forwards into the later stages of these finals. So, yeah, a little knock to the confidence took them quite a while to recover from, and maybe that's something they need to look at and address. Yara Crew, close by to the Boars, trying to be looked at and addressed by Vagnazada. Not only does he want to take the Yara Crew squad down, but he also wants to take Loco out of the running for MVP.
Should be good, okay? Because Loco has held on to that for a long, long time now. Getting him off that top spot. Regaining his position from in those knockouts would be fun. Yara Crew playing it really safe. As safe as they can. I think they still managed to get fairly deep into the circle somehow. Boars directly near them. Interesting.
Yeah, they are staying at arm's distance. Hoxie, oh, okay. Golden Guardians find a shot over to Kodiak. Get flush as well. Looking for a little bit more on the east side of Los Leones, southeast point of it. The Guardians are staking their claim to their territory. No Kodiaks allowed. They will turn them away. A point earned. Potential to jump up over them on the tables. Pretty close there around 4th.
Kodiak losing one player early, man. Oh, it's not good. So we got Golden Guardians finding shots over towards Havoc. Golden Guardians looking for maybe a 4th place here. They're only 4 points behind now. And Kodiak losing a player. I think Kodiak's definitely run out of steam a little bit towards the end of this tournament. It is sad to see. That is a nasty shot from Musa. Luckily, Hoxie is there.
Faker's also there, though. They are going to trade back and forth. Faker goes down, though. So Golden Guardians now with one more player to deal with, and they're looking to clip wings out of the lobby and put them away for their tournament. This is, of course, the last match of the tournament, and Havoc being on one player, the closest team to getting fully eliminated here and having their run solidified. Down on the back page. Have not really been able to pick up the pace, unfortunately, for them. Yeah, Golden Guardians, they're going to be able to get back up to 4, get back fighting fit. Next circle coming on soon, blank. And I think this fight might be a disengage coming through from Havoc, if they can get away with it. But where do they go? Maybe they can't disengage. Next circle comes on in.
Ooh, okay. Ooh. Down towards the southeast side. So you do have this big old slope down towards that southeast, down towards Puerto Paraíso. Really uncomfortable circle. A lot of high ground wants to be taken early on this one. Yara Crew being able to basically spearhead a path through towards that southeast side. Now have a really big chance on this game to prevent Boars from attempting to grab their spot off them. Right? This is a good position to be in. They can raise the shield, block any kind of strike that Boars might want to go for.
It's about getting a couple of points on the cards here for Yara Crew. They can play for a 6 to 10 point game, like you were talking about before, for the Boars to defend their second place spot. For Yara Crew, 6 to 10 points would be phenomenal, just to make it that much harder for the Boars to jump on up. We said 22 points to reach the tiebreaker, and likely would win it out. They're getting a chicken dinner with those 22 points. They would win that tiebreaker. But you put 6 more points on, all of a sudden, you're asking them to get an 18 elim chicken dinner, right? That's very, very unlikely. any more than that, it starts to get a little bit fanciful, especially if Kodiak's going to spot Robs. And if he goes down here, that could be nasty. The Boars clashing with Kodiak, the nade on the inside. Snowex looking to try and punish the approaching Momodal, and Robs is really at risk here. Another player could fall, and the Boars might have their run ended early. Momodal, though, yet to commit for this flashback. Nazada spotted, has to dart around, giving him the do-si-do, just about gets to cover. A step out. They really want to keep Robs alive, but they don't quite find it. Momodal, so cruel. That is nasty stuff coming through. Steps out for the point, and the Boars... Oh my goodness me. They are getting bullied a couple times today, I'm pretty sure.
No way. You don't even try and take the fight. You just try and get the flush. That's hilarious. Well, I think that might be the run done. I truly believe that if you wanted to get a 12 elim game with a chicken dinner, at this stage of the match, having 3 players is not enough. Which is sad to say. So... it may be over here for the Boars already. And we're only 10 minutes into the game. That's sad.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate stuff there. I mean, it was a solo rep from Kodiak. They're two players, and one of them's in Los Leones. So fair enough that you're just trying to confirm the point. You know you're going down, most likely, in that scenario. I don't think it's necessarily fully BM. It is a little bit BM, though. And so that's the issue we're taking with it. In the meantime, for Cherry Mortem, going toe-to-toe with SWAT Europa. Both of these two teams have had their ups and downs over the course of these finals. SWAT Europa had some sort of quite miraculous situations unfold. The circle does help out the 3-player Boars, though. With that shift, keeps Puerto Paraíso in, but it also helps out Hat Yara crew on the southeast side, and it's looking more and more likely that they're going to be able to earn a couple points on this one.
Yeah, I think for Hat Yara crew, it's looking a lot more promising from that southeast edge. I feel bad for Boars there. Man, they were trying to keep Robs alive. The fact that he swings round, doesn't even look at who's shooting him, and just blasts Robs' face in. Yeah, wild stuff. Very, very wild stuff.
That's points. For Kodiak, to be fair, they're looking to try and jump up to 3rd place, so every point does matter for them. They're hoping the Gods Reborn can't make it through. Golden Guardians might be the team to take them down on the south coast. The Boars are pretty close to the Gods Reborn squad as well. Okay. I don't know if Sharps realized there was an enemy player there. And he's going to spray down 2 of them. Okay, that's a pretty solid result for the fight. Taper doing bits there.
Yeah, good job. Nice stuff. It's definitely slowing down a lot as we head in towards stage 3 here, John. 13 minutes. Everyone's found a little slice of the pie, pretty much, to play in from. No one's too worried about what the game plan is for them. You know what is weird for me though is that Team Demon chooses this game out of all the games to play super safe on the southeast. Like, come on, guys. You gotta lean into who you are.
They they got a late finish in the last match, and they're like,
well,
we got so many more points for that,
good,
guys.
Actually.
Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Nobody told us. Goodness me. All right. Well, yeah, they're gonna send it. Then Puerto Paraíso having a hopefully relaxing time whilst everyone else is sweating like a boar.
And they are sweating profusely with the 3 players they have. Though again, I think that they realize they're super safe. They're just gonna play this game out. That's basically the best they can do. The Hat Yara crew, I don't think they're in much danger in the position they're in on this eastern edge. So again, I don't see either of these teams moving too much on the leaderboards from now on. The teams we're sort of looking at is probably Golden Guardians. They would have to have a really big approach over towards Gods Reborn, but they've already started with 4 elims, so it is a lot less than we initially expected. So I think it's 12 points that they need from here on out. Which is very doable for Golden Guardians in the position they're in on the south side. They do need to move a little bit further up.
Yeah, Gods Reborn currently cut out on the south side. So yeah, Golden Guardians with that 12 points needed to close that gap for the podium. They can stay a little bit secure right now, but they're right in the shadow of Hatyara crew, who have got the opening of that ramp to play around. Last player from Kodiak. Well, sorry, no, there's 2 players from Kodiak, but it's fairly certain soon to be 1. They were, again, very split from one another, and that's a quick roll down. Winnie is going to fall. So 1 player now for Kodiak. A potential tournament topper, a potential second place holder, but no, they will not be able to go the distance. They just haven't got the legs in this final.
I think for Kodiak, it's been a tough one. I think they've had a lot of ups and downs, and this is what happens when you play like the way they did in those knockouts, right? They played like they ruled the world, and then you go up against a consistent 16 of really strong squads. Can't play like that anymore, and I think they've had to adjust a little bit, but that adjustment's coming a little bit too late, because again, I think today and yesterday not been bad at all from Kodiak. I think they've really improved on their gameplay, and they've been playing a lot slower, a lot less aggressive, but those changes came in a little bit late.
Maybe coming into it a little bit overconfident from their performance previously. Shotgun shell around the edge of the rock there. Doing Cherry Mortem gets the opener. Alpi have been trying to run them down for a while, but yeah, there's the off angle coming through. That's the balls getting involved, I believe. As Alpi also takes shots from the angles, but Takimi is having a good go here. The spray downs come through. Hang on a minute. No, that's SWAT Europa from just over down on the southeast side. And by SWAT Europa, I mean Oscuro. He's the last and only player for SWAT Europa, and he just took half of those points.
Just took it all. He just swiped all of those for himself. I mean, Oscuro's been an incredible player. I think as a standout for SWAT Europa, he has done fantastically well. But we will be saying goodbye to Alpi Esports already. 17-15, Epsilon Axe, and Team Rain. All these teams going out fairly early into this one. Cherry Mortem. Also, it's a slightly disappointing result, I would say, for Cherry Mortem. But somewhat understandable, because I think the main thing that stood out for me about their knockout stage was their teamwork. Their teamwork was really good, but did they have one individual standout player or any standout players? I don't think so. That sounds cruel. That sounds cruel. I don't mean it to be. I think that team, the standout part of that team is the team. They're very good at working with one another. I think the communication skills are really there. That team needs a little bit more time in the oven, though, I would say. But they are promising. But for me, I was just a little bit sad to see how well they didn't do, let's say, in this finals.
TBSS also got eliminated. They tried to move in on that east side, still holding that accolade that we've given them. An unofficial one at that, but definitely most improved roster in this tournament. Sort of scraped by in terms of getting those qualification spots. Really didn't make a mark, but just continuously in these finals making good rotational decisions, and much more importantly, improving rotational decisions. It has been a treat to watch them start to stack up. Yeah. Probably still not quite there in terms of gun skill. I think that's one of their major downfalls, but they're getting those fundamentals locked in to give themselves more favorable fights, and hopefully to learn into the future how they can give themselves those better opportunities, because often fights are won before you even start to turn corners.
Absolutely. And I think for TBSS, the thing was they play very safe. They don't try and carve out areas of the map. A lot of times they'll give ground. They'll give ground smartly. And I think the more and more they played, the more they realized, okay, this is where we can get into the circle. This is how we should play as 4. They were, I mean, I remember the days when TBSS was like 10 minutes late to get into the circle on Miramar. Not the case anymore. So yeah, I do think that they could stand proud with that title of our unofficial title of the most improved team in the lobby, which they absolutely are. I think they've done a real stand-up job this tournament to fix a lot of those errors that were quite clear to us and probably you guys at home watching earlier on.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. I hope to see much more from them in the future. Golden Guardians, they've been in their building for quite a while. Hatyara crew, very entrenched in this position. And again, this might be the Boars just not really being able to do too much about this. With 1 point already added, that adds it up to a 23-point chicken dinner necessary for the Boars. So needing their tally to go up to 13 now, and with every single placement point that are about to start to kick in, that number is only going to get higher and higher as well. As any points with 4 players in such a strong position, you expect them to be getting more points. And Loco able to add 1. Looking for more as well to the backline of Ritzy. Far Voice Gaming, though, going to chime in on that front and try and snaffle some of those down.
Hey, Crew as well as Boars Game, both with 2 apiece. We're back to net 0, which means that Boars need to get even more eliminations on top of this. They would need to get a 14 elim game and a chicken dinner now. Oh, it's becoming more unlikely by the second, and Hatyara Crew doesn't seem to be in any danger. Everyone, this is what typically happens. There's like 2 things that happen on a final match of any grand finals. Is either everyone is so overly aggressive or nothing happens. And we had a bit of over-aggression early on in this game, and now we're back to pretty much just, it's a very dead lobby. We're not getting too much done. Everyone's just trying to hold on their positions, see where they are on the tables, and hopefully end there.
On the north side, Far Voice Gaming trying to jump up a couple places here. They do have some elevation possible if they get quite deep into this game. They are now just 3 points behind Epsilon Axe. A little bit further behind the teams in front of that. So not too much vertical that they can go for, but still possible to jump up, try and earn a little bit more cash. Sort Europa, last player to stand. 2 teams on solos right now, which means the placements can come through fairly quickly. And when you're right by the Boars, they would be happy to pick up that point. But if they take a team down now, Hatyara Crew also get a placement point guaranteed to be locked in. And it will get harder and harder and harder. Kodiak, even with a solo, though, they still got hands. They still got hands. And Far Voice find out all about it.
Yeah, I mean, Frizzo has packed a punch this tournament. That's to be certain. A really good player. But yeah, like you say, John, the more teams that start going down now, the more placement points they go towards the guys on Hatyara Crew. We have round 2 Electric Boogaloo here between Boars Gaming and Gods Reborn.
It's pretty decidedly going the way of Boars right now. Gods Reborn already losing 1 on the approach. Snowix and Terminus playing on the back of the building. Kashi doesn't have the backup. XYZ moving in. Could potentially be a difference maker here, but they step out for the flush, looking for more knocks. And Gods Reborn are down to 1. Busted back to play for the res there. And XYZ's looking to try and pick it up, but it's quite far away even now. Another point added for Hatyara Crew, and they're sort of going neck and neck with Boars. So yeah, it is really getting pretty late now. 15 elimination chicken dinner for the Boars needed. And Hatyara Crew have already, 16 now with a placement point guaranteed for Hatyara Crew. So yeah, they need to start turning up the heat right now if they want to earn the points, because there almost isn't enough in the lobby. With 3 of them alive, there are 18 other players.
Yeah, with
coming into this one.
With where Hatyara Crew's playing as well, Tupac's just gonna deny himself, I think. That's unfortunate. SWAT Europa's already down. Snowix finding that one. The placement points start to kick in. And Hatyara Crew is in an incredibly safe position on the map. They did exactly what they needed to do this game, right? It's boring. It's not exciting, but it is going to keep them in first place.
Yeah, they're up to 5 points guaranteed now, meaning a 17 elimination chicken dinner needed for the Boars. They've only got 5 so far. And yeah, I think it's mathematically impossible for them to get up to first place now, with the 3 of them leaving 16 more players alive. Oh no, it's not quite, because they've already got 5 elims on side. So if they could like clear the whole lobby like right now, they might be able to do it.
It would
but
be...
But they do need to take down Hatyara Crew first as well.
Yes, and they're on the other side of the lobby. So, very unlikely. Snowix currently front to face here versus Gods Reborn, the last 2 players. I mean, Snowix has had a real standout performance. Although, yes, not on the overall leaderboards. Ooh, goodness me. Okay, down to 1 player. And it's over. It's over. Yeah. Right, well, Boars will be taking their 2nd place, and they'll be happy about their 2nd place. That kind of went wrong very quickly on the side of Boars. Termina's looking to close this one down between them and God's Reborn. Might be able to find a nasty nade. It's a good bouncer, or at least a good airburst. XYZ goes extremely low. But yeah, I think Snowick's underrated. Very underrated on that side. Not on the overall top players leaderboard, but the amount of times that he has saved the neck of his squad has been astounding. I mean, I remember even on, I think it was yesterday, where you've got Jakey moving up behind them, tries to get a pick onto one of the balls, and Snowick's was lightning fast on the trigger, seeing Jakey out in the blue. So denies even that point coming through there. But for Boars, it's been a great journey. It's been a great journey for them. They get second place. I don't think it's what they were hoping for, though, John.
No, they definitely had their sights set on first. But they'll qualify either way, right? And they can think about what has happened, how to address the issues that have been revealed to them moving forwards. And maybe they'll find themselves a little bit more comfortable on a global stage. Whereas that Yara crew may be a little bit more intimidating for them. They're on 4 players alive, 1 knock on the outside. Carlos doing a lot of damage, and all of a sudden,
why
looks
couldn't
like a
this
couple of
happen
Yara
earlier?
crew are going to be going down. Team Demon, they're getting deep into these games like repeatedly now. Top 5 elims. That's the sort of run you need.
Yeah, figured it out, apparently. Oh, man, that Yara crew goes down now. What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare. Well, now, just Termina's alive in a 1v3v3. It'll be a hard game to finish out, but even still, not enough points in the lobby. They can stand tall, though, at the end of this game. That's for sure.
Termina's going on the hunt. Golden Guardians, they've been holding this building for a long time. They just sent there quite early on. And they might be able to take 3rd place away from God's Reborn for it, Blank. They were fairly close by at the start of this one, and God's Reborn didn't get too many on this match. A nice little spray down for Terminus. He's getting that first on the re-knock and goes boom. That's the Boars out. 2nd place locked in, Blank. Our top 2 now fully confirmed. There is no way for anybody else to take it from them. Golden Guardians want to end in style, though, looking to take that 3rd place podium spot away from all the other players pretending towards it. God's Reborn, even with their monumental effort back on Rondo, it was not enough. Golden Guardians may be even able to add insult to injury if Seiko goes down on the face. But hang on a minute, Farvoice are not done either. In come the French once more to try and even the scoreline a little bit. And maybe, I'm not entirely sure how close it will be for the Golden Guardians not to be able to take God's Reborn spot in 3rd place.
Well, it depends
with
how many
an 8 over the top from
eliminations
Matt.
they've had, doesn't it, really?
They're on 8 right now.
They're on 8, okay.
Ooh,
well,
honey.
I think it's... depends how many points God's Reborn got. I'm kind of confused. I'm not sure. It will be funny to see Farvoice Gaming get themselves a chicken dinner at the end of this one. You know, they'll be ending their finals like they ended their knockouts.
With a chicken dinner. That one was courtesy of Kodiak. This one, a little bit more under their own steam, with a little bit more self-agency if they're able to find it. It's a 2v2 now. The nades are starting to go a little bit thin on the ground. Player 1 spotted a crate, though. The blue zone is going to envelop it. He's just actually more interested in the high ground, I believe, taking those angles. But Farvoice Gaming, I mean, they're playing this discipline. They know that Golden Guardians have to push.
There you go. Player 1 starting to move up. 77, just dropping the smokes. Makes sense. Has a level 3 helmet as well, which is probably going to really help out towards this end game here. S12K and an M4. What more could you ask for?
Getting into arm's reach now. Matt, no more nades in hand. Golden Guardians are penned in, and Farvoice have been able to set up more than the Golden Guardians have. And with the smokes that they've been putting out, maybe unaware of Matt's position. There are so many little folds in the terrain for him to be hiding behind. This is the one he's chosen. And Seiko as well from that high ground can just pop over at any time. Such an existent, continual threat. And they spot the backstop. moving down. That's going to allow Seiko to move up to the high ground, spot the players running out, look for the angles. The tree will be getting pinged out now. They know this approach is coming through. 77. They might have isolated the fight here, actually. Will Seiko peak in time? They're back together now, and he will indeed. Lands one with a gut shot, looks for the second as well, and they put it down. Far Voice Gaming able to close it out with a chicken dinner, but it's all really focus at the top of the tables. The Boars weren't quite able to get first, but they do qualify nonetheless in second place. Hatyara crew able to ride on their first day high and sail to the top of the tables.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, it's funny for Far Voice Game. I mean, I love that they finished with chicken dinner again. Hey, if they're going home, they're going home for chicken dinner, apparently. They are very much not happy to leave these games feeling hungry. But these will be our winners for this match. But for the winners overall, it is, like you say, Hatyara crew and Boars going through to the PMGO, which is a massive deal for both those squads. More so for Hatyara crew. I think for them, this is kind of a bit of a dream come true.
Absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, UK roster at the global level. Let's go. Let's see if we can find some backing for them at the global stages. Taking a look at our head-to-head here for Far Voice Gaming and the Golden Guardians to close things out. 15 points earned for the Golden Guardians, which may be enough to get them into third place. It will be very, very close on the tables, I believe, between them and Gods Reborn. But yeah, a great way to close it down. Could have been a little bit further had they won out that final fight, but they were denied right at the final moments by Far Voice Gaming, able to get the French powerhouse going on through. And speaking of French powerhouses, Snowix on the match MVP.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to Snowix. I mean, I love the guy as a player. I think that he has been through the ringer throughout the years of playing PUBG Mobile, but this guy does not quit. And neither does his deadly duo, Robs. I think both these guys are determined to make it to the top one way or another, and it is great to see. I don't think I've seen more long-standing players than these two guys.
Yeah, they have definitely made a name for themselves across the board. The longevity that they've displayed is fantastic. Very happy to see them continue to be representing the region, especially moving forward to the Global Open, although it did look shaky at one point. The Boars had a couple of stumbles in this one. We sort of have looked at it as being maybe an artifact of, you know, playing an international style at a slightly lower overall skill lobby, which seems to be the case moving into this one. But they were able to pick up their feet and were able to keep things going. The most crucial time of which was, of course, that fight against Gods Reborn and the ability to finish second in Rondo right at the end.
Yeah, funnily enough, we do have AZM here in second for our top players. Always making a little bit of a appearance on side. Far Voice Gaming, Seiko with some great shots towards the end there. Hoxie and 77, two really, really good players. I'd love to continue seeing those guys into the future of Western European esports. Golden Guardians there with 15 points total. Far Voice the top 18. I think with Golden Guardians getting those 15 points, I do believe they should be able to grab themselves. Wait,
Ooh, no,
it was 11 points. It was 11 points, right? Gods Reborn got 5. I think they've done it. I think they're 1 point behind.
Oh, it's going to be really close down to the wire. So it'll be interesting to see who's that podium position as we wait to see what the maths checks out as. But yeah, the Boars on 11, able to put up a very healthy, very strong points total, right? They don't quite make it over 200 points to join at Yara Crew, who were able to get 9 points at the end of this match. But yeah, it's still a really, really strong result for the Boars over the course of these finals. They have had their ups and downs, it's safe to say. But yeah, really solid way to close it out. For Yara Crew, though, I mean, they really did ride the coattails of their first day.
Yeah, let's be honest. I mean, second day, well, you can't really say that. I mean, overall MVP, obviously, Loco with 48 eliminations, 10,258 damage. I wonder if that's like across both knockouts as well as finals. But yeah, incredible stuff from Loco. I think it is very much an incredible result. He ended with 2.67 on the elimination ratio, which is a little bit more for normality's sake. But yeah, really, really well played. For the entirety team of Hatyara, I think Calais as well as AZM kind of sold my heart towards day 2, day 3 though.
I think I definitely agree. Obviously, their day one performance was so heavily featuring Loco, and he's continued to put up numbers. Don't get me wrong, but I think you're right in terms of the quality that was displayed in the subsequent, the subsequent days. I think fantastic stuff coming through from all of the roster to be able to do what they did. Second place for Wagner Zada, though, right at the end.
Almost.
I mean, that's closer than it could have been, you know, right at the end. And Calais pushed down to third. Representative from Kodiak and Boars as well in fourth and fifth. And they'll be pretty happy with that one. So two players each for our two qualifying teams in the top 5.
Yeah, I think Frizzo will probably be quite frustrated overall, though. But I do think that team is really good. Frizzo put in a huge amount of work, but you got to remember that 20 had really worked himself to the bone just to get them through to the qualification all the way through from the very beginning of this tournament. Before we even had the knockout stage, 20 was doing a huge amount of work for that squad. But yeah, I think it's fantastic to see. I'm glad to see Snowix actually managed to get himself onto the 5th place on the leaderboard here after talking him up in such a big way. But yeah, good. Very, very good stuff.
Really solid to be able to take that representation over there. Yeah, our top 5. There is a big drop-off, right, from the 4th place down to 5th in terms of elims. Yeah, so, but still. Really, really great stuff. Some heavy hitters coming on in to really come to play. But in the end, the heaviest blow was struck very early on. It is Yara Crew. But they got 102 points in day one, and they never let it slip. They were able to keep first place under wraps the entire time. The champions of Western Europe for the PUBG Mobile Global Open. They will be our #1 seed moving forwards to the finals in Jakarta. Brilliant stuff to see. We'll be seeing them there alongside the Boars.
And they have been an incredible team all around. I think that from day one, 102 points is just unheard of. It really is unheard of. And here's our overall standings. 218 at the close. Exactly 20 points ahead of Boars. And Gods Reborn do stay in 3rd place. By quite a big margin of 6 points there. Golden Guardians in 4th with 150. So, how would have this worked out? I think Gods Reborn... No, Golden Guardians would have got 3rd place if they'd won that match, because they would have won the tiebreaker on the chicken dinner. Actually, would they'd be 154, wouldn't they? No, because 156
with the extra points and the 2 elims.
Yeah,
and the 2 elims.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
you'd be kicking yourself for that one. Goodness me.
Oh man. I mean, it's not a qualification spot. It is that pay bump, though. It's worth $500, and also the chicken dinner, the $100 amount. So it would have been a $600 step up for them. Our back page, obviously, the most notable instance here is Vincere Mortem in 10th place. You talked about it during that match. This is not what we wanted to see from them. They were looking so solid during the qualifying stages, but they just did not bring that firepower to the finals. Hopefully, they can repair themselves and stick together and keep it moving forwards, though.
Yeah, I think for Vincere Mortem, it's a sad result for them. I think that teamwork-wise, this team has a lot in them. And also, it's one of those things where for PUBG Mobile, you can have really off tournaments. Like, they looked great in those knockouts, and then to come into the finals, and then to have this, I think this is just one of those times where you have a bad 3 days. You have a really bad 3 days, and things just do not go right for the entire time. But I think that they should be able to lift their chin up, come back with a bit of a vengeance, right? That's what I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we said before as well, TBSS probably our most improved team. They were on that front page. We were talking about the table toppers whilst they were. Very, very happy to see what they were able to develop during the course of these games, of these qualifying stages and finals. A really nice deep run coming through from TBSS, and hopefully see a little bit more from them in the future. To try and build on that foundation that they've been able to construct. I think, as I said during that last match, gun skill potentially a little bit lacking overall in that circumstance. But you start putting yourself in better and better positions to take those fights. Eventually, that will improve as you meet more stronger opponents coming through against you to take you on.
Yeah, I think so. I think for overall, like, all of these teams will have had a great time of the entirety of this tournament. It's a good opportunity to get a huge amount of experience, to get some of the best teams in the world. I think actually, you know, these teams should be very happy they get to play against Boars. Like, Boars have some incredible veterans on side, and being able to play against them, it's a huge result, right? The fact that you can go away and be like, oh, we went against one of the teams that got the most points in the history of any tournament in one day, as well as Boars. Like, this is a wild tournament to be playing into. So yeah, really well done to everyone playing here. For TBSS, great improvement. For Golden Guardians, I hope they continue to play on. I think they've got some fantastic players on side. It's sad they don't get third place. Gods Reborn, one big message to them: stop hot dropping. You guys are really good at the game. You don't need to hot drop.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, actually, quite a big difference maker during that was the hot drop that SWAT Europa delivered onto them in one of those matches. The sort of unexpected reintroduction of SWAT Europa to that hot drop that blasted their entire match for an entire game out of the water. And with an extra game, who knows? You know, who knows what could have changed there? They could have been ahead of the Boars. Yeah, they could have been potentially. It was kind of a crazy one. It definitely was a crazy one. I think for Gods Reborn, they made it a little bit exciting towards the end, right? Made it a little bit difficult for Boars when they went through that last match, because not only are you worrying on Rondo, it's like, well, we need to catch up to Hatyara, but we also don't want to allow Gods Reborn to catch up to us. But we do have an interview for you here. We're going to be jumping in with Loco from Hatyara.
Hello.
Hey, Loco. Can you hear us, hopefully?
Hello.
Fantastic to have you. Table topper on every single metric. You have been a force to be reckoned with on the battlegrounds. Your first day was absolutely massive. I would love to get your take on how you guys, at the end of day one, were feeling moving forward to day two. Were you sort of feeling really confident because of that? Or was it a little bit more nerves because all of a sudden, oh my goodness, we have to hold on to this first place?
No, we were confident about that because we have our codes and everything, and we learn the game. We have a strategy always, so we are ready for the second day.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear. How long have you guys been playing together now then for? Because for us, this is kind of like an explosive performance from you guys coming onto the scene. It's very surprising for us. The fact that you beat Boars is incredible and a massive congratulations. But how long have you guys been together now?
Yeah, we have been playing for like 1 to 2 months now because I have
2 months.
I have Lazy and
Incredible.
Ozim playing with me since like 6-7 months, and the Kale has joined recently, and we make a good team with that.
Evidently, you guys absolutely took the lobby by storm. Towards the end there, it felt like you maybe didn't quite have as much power as in those first days. Can you talk me through how it felt within the team a little bit, sort of in those later stages? Obviously, your first day was incredible, 102 points, but I think it's safe to say your performance did take a drop off. Was that something that was kind of bothering you, or is that a decision, an active decision? And if not, why do you think that happened?
Yeah, we have a decision about that we should take lead in first and second day, so it will be easy in third day, because third day will be pressure. Always all the team has pressure, so we need to keep the advantage of that. So we take the advantage of first and second day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pressure is always a huge thing going into this, and I think that's a smart thing to do, especially for a team that, you know, like you say, you've been playing with some of these players for 7 months now, some of them with 1 to 2. But speaking of pressure, going through to the PMGO Grand Finals, first of all, are you excited? Second of all, how are you going to handle playing on the big stage?
Now we are gonna play our strategy, everything, because this is all our first event in global, so we need to practice hard. We need to read the lobby, we need to do everything to take over the PMGO too.
All right.
Absolutely.
Oh my god. Okay,
Best
fantastic
foot
stuff.
forwards. Hey, look, I mean, technically, well, according to Liquipedia, you are not you, but a lot of the roster is technically a UK team as well, with a lot of the players showing the UK flag. I'm sure there's plenty of other nationalities in there amongst it, but yeah, we're quite happy to see that one come through at a global level, which yeah, it's nice. It's nice, and as a top seed as well. Are you excited to have? I think probably a really monumental achievement here is defeating the Boars, right? Coming out ahead of them. Is that something you expected coming into this? Is that something that you even hoped for?
No, we are always prepared for that to take over the first place, because first place is like going to WC2 because it makes a gap between 20 points. You know that too. So it's easy for us to go to WC2 if they don't do good in WC.
Lovely.
Well, go on, John. Go on.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, right? The people who have been supporting you?
Thank you for all the fans who are supporting. Yeah, sorry for that. Thank you for all the fans who were supporting as a Nepali community, because we are all Nepali and we play as a European team. We rise as a European team. That's a great thing. And I want to tribute to my coach beloved father, because he died recently and my coach helped me with that too. So we tribute the championship for him.
Well, very sorry if you lost, Loco, but it's a great thing that you were able to dedicate this win to him as well. I mean, getting first place, that's a huge thing for you here. So very well done. And again, sorry for your loss, dude.
It's okay. No, but I want to thank all to my management, my players, and who are supporting us to take the championship. So thank you so much, all of you. Thank you to the management.
I'm sure they are very thankful for you as well. That MVP title, Loco, was our top performer during that top performing run from Hatyara crew. A brilliant result. Thank you so much. We're going to be letting you go now. Go and celebrate with your team, and prepare, because PMGO is going to be right around the corner a lot sooner than it feels, I can assure you. So yeah, good luck. We're going to let you go. Okay. Thank you so much, Loco.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
bye-bye. Have a great night.
Okay. You too. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a great result, and obviously fantastic that they were able to close it down in such style for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Loco and the rest of the team, a Nepali squad playing from in Europe, it's an interesting one, definitely an interesting one. I think there is still definitely the United Kingdom representation in there, I believe.
Yeah,
potentially,
but primarily sort of feeling pretty Nepali.
Pretty Nepali about it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's fantastic, especially when you can dedicate a win like that to something that means a lot to you emotionally. I'm very, very happy for Loco there. So very well done. I am excited to see how they play in PMGO. I think that he has the right idea of it as well, does Loco, when he talks about where he didn't come away feeling he wasn't bragging. He was very humble, where he's like, what we're going to have to do now is do a lot of research, a lot of homework, which is a big, big thing. We do have one final interviewee here for us today, and it will be Snowix, which we're very happy to talk to. We've known this guy for a long, long time.
Let's bring him in.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Snowix. Hear us. Hopefully you can. Thank you for joining us. The Boars, second place. Maybe not what teams would have predicted coming into this one. Not what we predicted either. We had you as potentially table topping, but you do manage to qualify. Were you worried during the end of those final days? I think I would have been in your shoes. So I just wanted to get to see if that's the sort of champion mindset. Were you worried as well?
No, actually, we made the huge mistake in our preparation from today, that we were focusing on beating AC and not focusing on the team behind us as much as we should have. So, I mean, it's kind of the result we deserve, but we are disappointed, of course, because we are playing for a win, and we will give our best for next season and in Jakarta.
Hey man, I mean, let's be real about it though. It's 180 points, almost bordering 190. Like this is a ridiculous result. I mean, from both you and Hatyara crew, it was a complete domination of the entire lobby. I do think that it's a struggle as well, especially when you're doing so much research for HORAIRES today, and then they suddenly have this like massive downturn in performance, and everyone else does really well. I am curious though, because my question's more about Team Falcons, honestly, and you guys coming off that team and then rebuilding here. How's it been, honestly? Is it a bit more of a freeing experience, you know, having your own team now, selecting your own players? Because I think, honestly, for me and Western Europe, I do think Robs and you are probably some of my favorite players of all time. So it's still good to see you guys still playing, right? Still grinding away.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcon was very different for me because I was Fragger there. But like I got benched during the EWC last year, and Bambini from Boards they sent me a message like, "Hey, what's up, Snowix? You want to IGL for Board Gaming?" Like, and I was like, "Yeah, why not? We can try." And I did 1 season with them. We did good PMCO as well. It was also top 2 PMSL, and we managed to qualify after to PMGC. So they were happy from me, and they decided to continue with me. And now I decide to build a full French team, and hopefully the year gonna be great.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think they are. I think you're doing fantastically well. PMGO next. I think it's the playing field for you guys.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I am interested. I'm going to refocus back to some of the things that happened during these finals. During Rondo, were you aware of the stakes of at the end of that game between you and the team you're facing, Gods Reborn? Were you aware that they were on a mega run, and if you didn't win that, you were very much in danger of not qualifying?
Not really. Like, just we did 4 very bad games at the start of the day, and we had big meeting before this game, and it was like do it or die. So we just give like full energy. It was like crazy. And even in the comms, like if you had the comms, it was very crazy game, and we had like very good Wagner during this game too.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that you do upload the comms to Instagram at some point, because I always enjoy listening on those. I mean, the big meeting does sound pretty fun. I do have one final question, Snowix, and I am sorry, it's a little bit less about you, okay? You're a cool guy and all, but I do want to talk about Wagner, because oh my god, what an improvement he's made over the years, man. I mean, he was always a good player, but this tournament's just absolutely insane. Didn't expect it. It feels like you guys are just, how much practice have you guys been putting in? Because I don't think between what I've seen in the past from Wagner of like 2025, 2024 to 2026 Wagner, this is a complete difference.
I mean, it's kind of the work from me and the staff. Like, when I decided to build a team, I was like looking at the profile who I can take, and I meet Wagner like in different LAN, and I know he was good and flashy player, but a little bit of lack of discipline when I took him. And we really work on this discipline, and like I remind him every day for 3 months, and yeah, you improve a lot, and you're probably gonna keep improving.
Excellent. I mean, yeah, he was a real standout performer for you guys. Obviously, the IGLing, a lot of the calls that you guys made felt really, really solid across the board. So obviously, stepping into the shoes of an IGL this season has gone pretty well for you. We'll ignore the first four games today. But yeah, I think that, you know, in general, it is a successful debut, and we're happy to see you going through. But we both had you picked as our #1 seed, and it was always a question of who's going through with the Boars. And this time around, it's HORAIRES. Do you think that HORAIRES will be as impactful on the PMGO, on the main circuit, or do you think it's just sort of big fish in a small pond? I'm trying to brew some beef between you guys here, is what's happening.
No,
I'm asking you to trash talk a little bit.
It's LAN, it's different. It's gonna be their first experience. I don't think they're gonna do good in PMGO. If they manage to qualify for final, it's already gonna be a good result for them.
For sure, okay, for sure. I'd agree with that. I think I'd agree with that, because you play during these matches. It's a very different play style, where you weren't really playing PMCO playstyle, right? You guys are playing more international. A lot, it's like slower rotates, you know, more methodical rotates. If you can get to a position, you go for it. It's funny to me because there's one game in particular. I mean, I know I said it was my last question before, but I do have one more thing to say. I'm just banging on here. but it's the watchtower over on Erangel. I think it was last Erangel of the day, I believe. But you guys sent there from the top side of prison. That's a good call, in my opinion. That's a good call. Everyone who else is shooting at watchtower should just be third-partied. No one does anything. It
I can
frustrated me
explain what
so
happened.
much. Yeah, go on.
I can explain what happened during this game. First of all, we start like with Miltap over circle on the right, and it was like good plan line to go straight away. So we went for it instead of looting our usual drop spot, and we killed one guy from HC. It was team number 8, and we knocked finish him. And we went to full send, like kinda on the edge to prison. And on the kill feed, we hear HC kill someone, and it was team 8 again. And we saw on the kill feed Loco knock himself with the car explosion. So we say, okay, there are only 2. Let's full send the sniper tower. And like it was no one there. It was like, oh no.
Yeah, I know, it's so frustrating. So I did. It was such a weird bait as well. I don't know how it happened, but yeah, again, I think you guys definitely played much more to an international style, I'd say here. So again, good luck at PMGO. I'm sure you guys will do well. We'll be cheering for you there.
Look, I do want to slide in one more question, because obviously you're thinking a little bit about HC. Did you try and hot drop HC in Miramar?
Yes, but they were in our brain.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, we are going to let you go. Before you do, is there anything you want to say to fans, to people who supported you? Obviously, Boars, the organization, has given you a lot of faith, letting you build this team and play as that IGL. Is there anything you want to shout out? Friends, family, anything else?
Yes, of course. But first of all, I want to thank all the people who are watching us. I want to thank our organization for trusting me. It's not easy thing to do at start, and I'm very happy from my staff and from my player. They're really hardworking guys, and hopefully we'll continue to work like this. I'm proud of them.
Brilliant. What a representative for our region. Moving on forward, Snowix, our second place team, Boars, able to take a second place qualification spot to the PMGO. So we'll be seeing you in Jakarta. Congratulations, and thank you very much for joining us. Go and celebrate with the rest of the boys, and get ready for the prep that is coming through, because you're going to need it. As the rest of the world will be preparing as well as we speak. Yeah, thank you very much. We'll send you away now. Bye.
See you later, Snowix.
Goodbye. See you.
Oh, brilliant stuff coming through. And you were right to call the hot drop. They really did try and go for it, which I like. I respect.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to go for it, man. Sometimes that was their last-ditch attempt. I mean, if they'd hit it, it would have been great. I don't know how Hat Yara crew got back towards that eastern side so easily. It doesn't make too much sense to me, but what a good day. Cool that he's IGLing for the team. I did not know that. I thought he was fragging on side for them. But a lot of trust placed in him. I think that he's got the experience, been playing since 2021. Been around for a while now. The fact that he picks up Wagnerzada and also identifies that he had a discipline issue, which he absolutely did. And I mean, in some ways, you can also say that he had a little bit of a discipline issue during this tournament, but much less than how we've seen it before.
Yeah, it's really good to hear that the mentality is going strong. Very confident stuff, and very accepting and acknowledging of the slightly worse games that the Boars saw today. But they were able to close it out in style, keep things going, defend their title when it mattered the most. They will not make it through in first seed, though. Hat Yara crew able to take the championship spot. That is going to close out Western Europe. The finals are over. It is all done and dusted. They will be setting their sights on Jakarta. Make sure that you tune in to keep track of how Hat Yara crew and the Boars do against the rest of the world. But for now, we're going to have to bid you adieu, and we'll see you later. Good night.